is caring and conquest. Let's play TTRPGs done right. War games and gaming with Storm and Magenta tonight.
Hey, how's it going? Want to try out actually having a topic for discussion. It's been really great just openly uh, conversating with folks and want to do some more of that because it's always nice to have conversations, but maybe a little bit of a topic and some uh, how-tos and stuff would be great as well. So we're going to try that. Today we're going to talk about how to RPG up your war game, mixing the two genres to make a better experience in both of them. So, uh, pretty old idea. There's been a lot of people that bring up the fact that uh, the folklore, as I call it, says that RPG evolved from war games. It's really not that simple or not terribly accurate, but um, they're very much the same thing, just kind of done in different styles as things go on. God damn it. And so we're going to give it a try and talk about it in a little bit more detail and show how easy it is to just take a little bit of a skirmish war game and add something to it. So, alrighty. We'll kind of give it a minute and see if somebody sticks around. Anybody in here? I saw somebody flash through for a second, so that's disconcerting. We'll give it a try though. Anybody there? I have issues talking to nobody. So we'll wait and see if anybody gets the message. Anybody there? Sound off like you got a pair. How's it going? I got to know somebody's watching before I. Be an interesting topic. Be nice to have a conversation about it. Have some people take a look, but uh, if I'm gonna do a TED talk, um, I'll do it on the recording, not the live. I like to have a back and forth. So see how that goes. Anybody around? Hello? No? Hey, how's it going there? Go ahead and introduce yourself, say hi, let me know that you're there. Talk about the topic when people file in. Uh, wow, here's some folks. Okay, so some of the ways you take care of this stuff is A, have you ever played with toy soldiers with just a little bit of imagination? We always did stuff. We had things like, a little POW section for taking prisoners. Um, we tried to make a movie one time, and that's when we got into the RPG elements of giving persistent units that go from battle to battle. They have uh, leaders and can gain uh, more skill through experience and training. Um, Things that we got from wargaming right off the bat back in the day was uh, using orders, written orders, um, having delays in executing orders, the possibility of miscommunication, and imperfect intelligence by using a GM uh, with your war game. Um, Using replacements, logistics, even upkeep. taking the upkeep type of ideas from things like Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and applying them to the upkeep of material in a combat campaign about war. Uh, Keeping the tanks running, getting the treads back on them if they're blown off or if they've been thrown, stuff like that. Morale is a big thing. A lot of people go, well, a lot of problem with the early war games is they lack morale. The early war games I played did not in most cases. It was the exception to not have morale as opposed to the rule, but everybody's experience is different. Just depends on the products you're exposed to and purchased. But definitely having morale. Um, and then getting into decorations and ranks to indicate, echelons of command or um, having skill increases based on those decorations. Saw that used in Dawn Patrol campaigns, saw that used in ASL campaigns back in the early 80s. And just consequences from scenario to scenario so that it feels like a connected storyline and that you have to think through a little bit harder. Excuse me, sometimes I need breath. You can't just throw your troops at that last charge because, well, the game's over if I don't complete this objective. It doesn't matter anyway, so I'll just commit everything. If you have to think about what's going to happen tomorrow in the game world, you won't just willy-nilly obliterate your command in order to achieve one objective. You'll consider the fact that, hey, tomorrow's another day and we have to reserve something, keep the force intact to some degree. So that really changes the complexion of wargaming. So, and then just other things. A lot of this stuff, it does exist in wargaming as it stands now, but Recon, sabotage missions, as I said earlier, prisoners, and civilian or other non-combatant victory paths and participation, the kind of Bronstein thing a lot of people talk about that wasn't conceived of in 1970 like some people say. It was always part of gaming way back into the Victorian age, which is what I'm working on now, is kind of Victorian age wargaming. But linking battles together is a lot of fun. You do need a little bit of record keeping. This is something that we never found to be as painful as some people seem to make it off to be now. It was easy to do, just and was kind of thematic. Having a basement filled with maps and rosters and stenos filled with attack plans and stuff like that. We had pointers. I had a telescoping antenna pointer that I bought at one point after I got rid of the wooden dowel one. I had made one out of a wooden dowel and sharpened the end. Not to like for a weapon, but just kind of make it look like a pointer as opposed to just a flat piece of wood. And like a riding crop or something, and would point to the map with that. And then I got a telescoping antenna. At one point I used a laser pointer as those started to come online, things like that. But things just to kind of make it seem more like a command post. Immersion is a big part of role playing, and we always played wargaming from the idea of immersing yourself in a role as a combat commander or an operational commander at the tactical operations command or headquarters tent or whatever was thematically appropriate to call it. At some points, we even created a tent. I played a war game from within. I had a buddy who had a bunch of surplus. He worked for military surplus stores for years, and he had some of the inventory made it into. I'm not calling him a thief. It just the place collapsed, and they gave him some of the inventory as a means of compensation. So we would play inside that tent, like it was a headquarters tent, as long as it wasn't too hot. Excuse me, that must have been loud, but I had to readjust. Um, any way to make it look more like you were in the realm that you were playing. You know, if we could have brought horses to the thing, we would have done so. That might have not been a practical thing to do, but you know what I'm saying? I mean, come up to, like the old Civil War or whatever, and the guy comes up on the horse and beg report, sir, totally would have done it. Um, uh, that kind of immersion is role playing too, but definitely personifying your troops, giving them individual scores to some degree. Sometimes that's hard to do, depending on the scale. If you're playing some grand tactical or large operational, obviously giving every, soldier a name is a ridiculous premise. But if you're playing, a tactical war game or something like that, like advanced squad leader, it's not that big of a stretch. And even giving them maybe a little bit of individual ratings. This was something that's been proposed in years past. It was talked about with H.G. Wells, Robert Louis Stevenson, excuse me, and a guy named Joseph Morchhauser, the third, wrote several articles about it in an old magazine called Tabletop Talk, where he called it the roster system. And it was just kind of the beginnings of role playing. Your soldiers all had, one might be of a large stature and athletic and can throw a grenade a lot farther than, the guy who just barely made it past, the physical tests and was, 5'7" and somewhat smaller and may not be able to put that much juice into his throw. So he may not be able to carry as much, may not run as fast, things like that. So that individuality, along with a little bit of um, personality, name, rank, where are you from, that sort of thing. We did that with Paracosmic Immersions the other day. I've become my dad. I refer to the other day, and I now realize it's actually last year, but we did play last year at D-Day, a kind of war game / RPG where the soldiers were individualized. They had again a name, a rank, um, and where they came from in the States, and they were dropping into Normandy. So you'd have all sorts of kinds of people. You had a guy from California, and one was from Ohio, and that regional difference that comes with a Midwesterner versus a guy from the sunny West Coast, or there was one guy from Brooklyn, with the accent and kind of the attitude that is a trope with people from Brooklyn, at least in TV shows and stuff like that. A little bit of a harsh, smart aleck or whatever. So that personality, but then the mechanics. If Jimmy from Ohio, takes one in the gut and doesn't make it, taps and salute, and then next time you don't have Jimmy to in your outfit. Now you might get replacements. Jimmy might get changed out for Tommy or Bobby or Duke or whatever, but they become characters. It's very simple to do. And as far as experience points or something like that, there was a system that was made up for squad leader, as I mentioned earlier, was called the lawn points. And for every beneficial thing or heroic thing that was done by a soldier, they received Elan points. If something negative happened to them, or they made negative choices like retreating or breaking morale or something like that, they would go down. But if you gather enough Elan points at the end of the session, you can be recommended for uh, medals. And then we took those medals and gave them a like a power. Like the CMOH was huge. You got a major morale boost and stuff like that. Distinguished Cross, you'd get something like increase to fire or whatever it was, something like that. Um, just come up with ideas on your own. But that's the best thing to do is if you're using an existing product is to use your own imagination and use quick and simple additions that just, maybe it's nothing more complex than this guy's really good. He's been through a couple of battles. He's got some experience. Add a +1 to his combat rolls or to his morale roll or both or whatever it is. You don't have to come up with 5 pages of extra rules to cover this thing. Just give him a little edge in battle by bumping up his dice scores a little bit. That's all, something like that. So anybody else ever tried anything like this or have questions or comments or anecdotes of them doing a RPG and wargame mixture? Love to hear from you a little bit. If anybody's got anything to say, speak up some. We'll go on if not. But and again, another big deal is just adding the referee back to wargaming. You want to get, these people say, well, wargaming isn't RPG because of this, and sometimes they have a cohesive argument for that. Other times they just say, well, it's just different. But one of the biggest ways to make it similar is to add the referee back. Wargaming always had referees. Kriegsspiel was a ref or a staff of referees and a team of players. And limited information was Kriegsspiel is kind of the original war game. You had one team in one room. You had one team in another room. Sorry, I just got a text. But the GM made for the limited information, made for an interesting type of RPG version of wargaming where you only saw what you would be able to see on the battlefield that's being represented. And people stopped using referees in wargaming, I think, because people felt it wasn't any fun to be the passive observer. It was work to be a referee. It wasn't fun. You couldn't push soldiers around. Now you were basically being the physics engine for other guys pushing soldiers around, or gals, and it didn't seem fun. So as the late 70s came along, in the early 80s, wargaming products started, they went from, hey, if you want to try something different, try, using a referee, to just not even bringing that up at all. But I saw that it was still wanted with a lot of people. A lot of people talked about the kind of bird's eye, god-like view, omniscient view of a battlefield on a two-dimensional hex game. You can see everything, and they would come up with sometimes clever, but ultimately unnecessarily complex ways of dealing with fog of war and not having a GM. One of the neat ones was Donald Featherstone showed him, and he had learned this from somebody. I don't remember who he said it was, but they took a matchbook, match boxes, like they call them farmers matches. At least around me they do, the wooden stick ones that you can get for lighting fireplaces and such. And those boxes arranged like a shelf in a grid system, and the grid system was imposed over the map being played on. Even if it was a miniatures game, whatever, you would make a map of the miniatures board and then grid it off. And anything hiding in sabotage or not being seen because you can't view that grid or whatever, there would be a written thing saying, first platoon or Sherman tank or whatever it was, and you would put it in the matchbox. So when somebody on the other side recon that area, they would open up the farmer's matchbox, and if there's something in there, oh, I guess we see a Sherman tank, or we see 3rd platoon from the enemy or something like that. And that was one of the more clever ways to try to do limited information without a GM. But the easiest way is to just treat it like you're playing a role-playing game and have the referee, um, uh, just arbitrated like he was a DM. There we go. Somebody is in. Woohoo! Comanche anime. Oh, thank you. Yeah, yeah, that was the way it was. It's funny. I had uh, well, it was supposed to be a discussion, and people got real flame warish about it on a particular Discord server, um, and people couldn't remain civil, but they just insisted that it was two different things, and it always had been two different things. And au contraire, sir, I used to play these things, and like you say, back in the '80s, it was common to do that sort of stuff. And they had been talking about it for years. Like I said earlier, I don't know if you were here, but H.G. Wells talked about doing it with his soldiers. Munchausen and others were doing it in the '60s. Uh, Robert Louis Stevenson, what was that, like 1840 or something like that? And H.G. Wells, 1913, Munchausen, 59 or 62 or something like that. Um, but yeah, just and if your wargaming scale is too big for individual soldiers to be involved, then the next logical step is give them some sort of personality as a unit. Give the unit a variable um, tactical ability score or something like that. So just because if you've ever been in the service or something like that, you'll be pitted against the other members of your unit. Competition, breeds motivation, and you strive for excellence and stuff like that. We're not like those sissies in Bravo Company. Maybe Bravo Company is just a little bit. Maybe they lost a lot more men last battle, so they've got a lot more replacements. Those replacements are green, so their tactical, their total tactical, you know, rating or whatever is lower than Alpha, who's well, we didn't take a lot of casualties in Alpha last battle because we were in reserve, but Alpha's been in the thick of things for a month on the front or something like that, so they've got a lot of veteran people, so their tactical rating might be higher and stuff like that. Just those kinds of subtle differentiations, and then using the leaders um, as RPG elements. And we got a good captain. He's competent, he's fair, and he's very you know uh, adept. But maybe the other company, they've got some 90-day wonder that's a complete bonehead, or things like that. So you can always add that RPG element in there. And the best way to do it with it, as I said, and if I repeat myself too much, I do that. I'm old, but hit me up on it. Just modifiers. Just give them a bonus to the roll that's applicable. And let's see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I have as far as yeah, creativity. If you're talking about, well, people's perception of fun is different. Like I get that with Sandy Peterson. Everybody likes him, and he's a nice enough guy. I've met him once or twice. Um, but he constantly on Twitter says, um, "Oh, that game isn't fun. For you, maybe. I had plenty of fun doing it. I had plenty of fun using those rules." Um, how's it going, guys? Thanks for coming in. I had plenty. You may not have fun playing ASL, or you may not have fun playing without gold for XP, but I do. So it's always subjective with fun, but. Um, but it's certainly, in my opinion, a lot of other people's is maybe make wargaming a little bit more fun if you RPG it up, add some things in there. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to sit around and badmouth them too much, but it does no matter, it does not just Sandy. There's other people that do. There's just some people that just refuses to accept that fun is a subjective term. And just because you don't like a particular game or a particular mechanic doesn't mean that it's some factual statement to say, well, that can't mechanic is no fun. Ah, that's not true. No fun for you. Big difference. Um, I do like to have a regimented rule set largely, but yeah, making additions or variants or something like that has always been part of the hobby. Um, when you make your own set of rules, like guys like when you read about what Robert Louis Stevenson did, it was a set of rules that evolved over time. They started with a little bit, and then they go, well, this isn't, we want to consider logistics or morale or civilian population in combat zones. So they would discuss it, they would think about it with one another, and then oh, let's try this out. Well, that didn't really work. Let's try it this way until they got something that was representing what they wanted, the way they wanted, and worked within the rest of the system. And they just kept a diary. There's a picture of Stevenson's um, rule set. It's a leather bound Bible, pocket Bible sized thing with a bunch of notes hanging out. You can see where they kind of, they being him and his stepson. He had a stepson that played with him a lot, and they just developed the thing over time. A lot of us have done that. I had a 3-ring binder filled with notes, and I would buy a product and go, well, I like what it's doing with morale, but I don't like what it's doing with this. So I just kind of, paraphrase that mechanic and add it into my little notes until I came up with a set that had all the different features that I wanted. And, you know, that's all I'm talking about. And with the RPG element, just theme for the new folks that came here, theme, making um, the table thematic, you know, and we used to do all sorts of stuff. I put computers and adding machines, even if we weren't using them, just because they looked like the kind of like clerical stuff you'd see in a old military headquarters. Um, and then some little flag and stuff like that. Um, I had a 1911 um, that was a, a display piece. Some guy I don't know why he did this to his gun, but he took his 1911 and he put some um, metal in the barrel, basically spiked the thing. And he was using it for a paperweight, and he gave it to me at one point. So we would put that down there, just because it just seemed right, to play a World War II game and you're an officer and you take it, shit like that. Um, and yeah, yeah. So that was one way, and the other way was just personifying the troops and stuff like that. So, um, and vice versa, you can war game up your RPG if you play mass battles. There's all sorts of ways to do that. Of course, with a lot of RPGs, they come with their own set of mass battles, so you don't really need to do it, but it's easy enough to do. Um, I see a lot of people going, I can't. How do I say? Oh, the mass battles with this game is too much. How would I just do it myself? Uh, just rate everything. You know, you got a cavalry unit. Do you think that they're more powerful than the infantry unit in the same army? Okay, we'll give the infantry unit a 1 and the cavalry a 2, and then add them up. Uh, take the proportions. Whose combat power is higher than the others. Divide the two scores into one another, and the spread between is the magnitude of victory. Simple as that. Yeah, I don't know why he did that. He had some story. He kind of went pacifistic or all that sort of thing or whatever. But yeah, it was an A1, and he brought it home with him. somehow from the service and all that, but he disabled it and then had it laying around as a paperweight. And then even after he goes, I don't even want to look at it anymore or whatever. I don't know. So he handed it to me, and we would use it as a means to hold down the. We used to play war games on old Michelin highway maps and shit like that that you could buy at a map store, and they would fold up, like the stuff AAA would give you, you know, and then you'd have to kind of weight them down to stretch them out. We'd use. I had a 20 Mike, a spent 20 Mike shell that had the fake parade screwed into it, the parade shell thing. So we put that down in the 911 and a couple of rocks or something like that, or just trying to. I had the biggest one was a friend of mine tried to build a replica of some of the training places that he had in Fort Knox, and he tried to build it in his garage. So what he did was he made a booth about 5 by 3. It's a little cramped, and he raised it up maybe 3 feet, and then he tried to get enough plywood to have miniature tables that laid low by slicing up the plywood legs, so they were kind of a little bit shorter than you expect, kind of knee high, and you were if you were the referee, you were in the booth, and this was an old setup that he said that they were using at Fort Knox for gunnery training back in the day, way back before all the super fancy computer equipment and simulators came. So it was just an attempt to make the thing a very immersive experience for the gamer, and that's a long amount of what role playing is. I didn't have one of those, but I've seen them. When I got out of the service, I worked for a manufacturer's rep, and one guy had one of those, and he had put the stupid complaint department joke tag on the thing and all that. But he had gotten it out of the. They used to sell that out of Fort McCoy in Wisconsin. You could get stuff like that, and then they stopped. They stopped with the grenades. They wouldn't sell, like, for a while they'd even sell you a gamma goat, and then that kind of became illegal and all that stuff. But you could get all sorts of shit like that at collectors and things like that. Yeah, right. Yeah. With he put the tag on it and all that, but he bought the thing out of the auction at McCoy. Um, yeah, there was McCoy is a big camp in Wisconsin, big military facility, and they would always have these big auctions for some of their surplus stuff. But they had a Dodge Power Wagon that they never sold. As far as I know, they still have it, and I don't know if they use it in parades or some stupid thing like that. But they had one. It was a 43, and they wouldn't sell that one. They sold every other one, but they wouldn't sell that one particular one for whatever reason. And I always wanted a Power Wagon, but the one time I had an opportunity to buy one, I passed because it's like, where the hell I can't even fit that damn thing in my garage. Um, but they're fun. I got to drive it. I drove a couple of them, not in the service afterwards. I'm not that old, but I drove a 43, and it was fucking awesome, man. Yeah, yeah, they're absolutely indestructible, and they'll pull a house down. They're just a big, torquey, six-cylinder. It's great. I love those things. Um, they had one of. Surplus throw with a fine. Yeah, yeah. I remember falling down. That was one. Yeah, throwing stars. I never had real throwing stars, but I always bought those kind of repros out of like U.S. Cavalry magazine and stuff like that. They weren't real though. They were just, stamped out metal with a dull edge. But I had a butterfly knife. That's illegal as hell. It got confiscated, but I had one of those. It was a nice one too. Um, yeah, yeah. I wasn't so the butterfly knife wasn't legit. Um, but the throwing stars, and they had katanas and all that stuff. But you could rub those things across your palm and you'd be fine. They were all fake and shitty metal and all that. They're just replicas. Um, my buddy had a fully functional old rifle from the that his dad got. Um, used to be able to get away with taking that stuff, and this guy had a God, that was a big rifle. I forget what the name of it was, but it was Japanese, uh, not frontline, but their reservists had these bolt action. Thing was like 4 feet long, and then it had a pretty big uh, bayonet lug on it too. And he brought that home from the fight. Yeah, that was cool. But it had some odd caliber. It had a hexagonal barrel. It was like 6.5 millimeter, that kind of thing or something like that. But it was at the tail end of the war. They were putting guns in the hands of everybody at the end. A good friend of mine where I used to work, he had a bunch of stuff because he got put on a duty in Italy when the Italians flipped, and he for a while he was guarding this German supply train that had been captured, and he was guarding it because they couldn't keep the damn, all the Americans wanted souvenirs, and they kept trying to raid this shit, but he snuck a couple things out. He's got um, well, he's passed away. His son sold it, but it was a German Wehrmacht helmet in a package on this train. And he took it and he kept it in a package. It was Jesus Christ. I don't know what they got for it. I think like 3 grand or something like that at the time. This was they sold it some 25, 30 years ago or whatever. Yeah, it was 30 because it was still 9/11 hadn't happened and all that. So yeah, Johnny, we called him Johnny Block. The dude had a perfectly square head, and his dad Pete was in the war. He was at Anzio and all that stuff, and he got this stuff. He was a forward observer, so he had a lot of pictures. Most guys weren't able to take pictures, but he was an FO and he had a camera. So, and he goes, "You guys really like know about World War II?" We're like, "What do you mean talking about? We're huge, geeks playing war games and history buffs and all that." So he came over, Pete. And he was all beat up. He was an old guy and he had a cane. And he just walks up to us and he just here, and he opens up this old leather. It was like a telescope case, and he went and shook it out, and he had 3 rolls of film, all you know, in these old black and whites that were all rolled up into this tube. Wow, man, we spent all day walking, just going through one after another. Yeah, it was great. I loved that. Yep. Yeah, yeah, that was wild. Watch it. He had a picture of the mule trains. They used mule trains going up some of these mountains outside of Rome. The Americans did mules, you know, and they had 75 packs. These mules were pulling up the mountain, winding up this trail and shit. Oh, it's awesome. So, but he was one of the guys that was calling it down on the Hermann Goering division when they came in, or the Panzer divisions at the when they tried to knocked the Americans out of Anzio with the counterattack. He was one of the guys, the FOs on the horn with the Navy, calling down the big shells on the Panzers. Fucking awesome. But that's what you do. It's just like if you know, that's how you role play up these things, and they're all the same. If you look at this Victorian stuff, that's what I'm doing next. I'm not doing the paracosmic right now because I can't afford the art. And so my next thing was doing this you know the H.G. Wells and the Robert Louis Stevenson, Thomas de Quincey, Bronte sisters, a guy named Malkin. You may or may not know Thomas Malkin. These are all poets and authors and stuff like that, and they were all gamers. Some RPG gamers, some war gamers. Um, a mixture of both, really, in the case of Robert Louis Stevenson and H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells wrote Little Wars. Somebody mentioned that they had a copy of it. A lot of us do. I've got one. In fact, I got it right here. Here's my copy of it, my latest copy. More modern. I'm not worried about this thing getting ruined like the old one. And but he also wrote a book called Floor Games. And Floor Games had a lot more RPG-like stuff in it, and including some mechanics for it. Same thing with Robert Louis Stevenson. They were playing big kriegsspiel games, but they had civilians inside. They also had war correspondents that they role played. And Bronte sisters did this. Malkin did it. And De Quincey's, their whole game was basically just they didn't really game it out as much as they just documented the war through the eyes of correspondents and witnesses on the field of battle, writing these, out these reports. In the case of the Bronte sisters, they actually made books, tiny little books. They were the size of their toy soldiers, and they had diaries in it. But I took a lot of those ideas, including Thomas Malkin. He came up with the first random events table. This is 1798. This kid wrote this up. So I have that. It's called the Table of Extraordinary Events. So you can see the evolution of RPG well before Gary and Dave and all that sort of stuff, and how all these folks incorporated both wargaming and RPG into these little worlds that they came up with. So, and they all built their own worlds. And De Quincey's, they were brothers in Scotland, and they did a lot of writing. Thomas, more so, did a lot of writing. Thomas was a big opium addict, though, so it kind of got weird with his writing and stuff like that. But early, when they were kids, they belonged to this literary group. At the kind of all these people were all rich, so they went to really nice schools, boarding schools and stuff like that. And at the school there was a whole club, literary club, and everybody made their own worlds, and they would take these worlds and actually draw maps of them, just like RPG people do. And wait a minute, Alpha one. Let me see. Let me go back. My uncle stole a 35 Alfa Romeo from a boarded up house in Italy in World War II and drove it until they pretty much told. Oh, that's too bad. That thing would have been worth a hell of a lot of money now. You're not going AI. Maybe a quick reminder on there when you stand with AI. I price with AI. Yeah, I can't afford art. Here's what's happened with me and art and these games. Not able to afford it. It changes the production cost of the book such that I would have to ask a fortune or sell more than I could ever conceivably sell in order to make it work. And I have to make these for profit. Secondly, with AI, I have had people have gone beyond, I don't agree with AI, to being flat out freaking fanatics that are so weird. I had one person tell me I should be hung, One person tell me I should be put up against a wall and shot. One person told me that anybody who uses AI for anything should be put to death. You know, I understand this is just the dumb shit people say on social media, and I'm not really looking over my shoulder for bullets coming my way, but that was just the short stuff. I had one guy pose to be somebody interested in wargaming, come on the Discord server, talk to me for 45 minutes about wargaming, then come back and say that they wanted to get taught how to play. That was an hour and a half. Then after that was over, they talked to me some more. Seemed like a friendly guy, like you guys are, and I was talking to him over the internet and all that stuff. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, he just changes subjects and goes into this diatribe about how I can't use AI. I know you can't. He goes, I know you don't have enough money for good art, but you can't do this. He says, I'll do your art for you and take half the profit of your book as compensation. And then goes on to tell me how AI is going to destroy the world and spins off into this kind of Alex Jones rant. And that's some of the highlights. The people that respond anti-AI are, getting blackballed from lists and all that. I have no interest in not using AI. Now, if you won't buy AI, fine, then I won't make the product. But I am not. Even if I had the money at this point, I wouldn't do it. Just out of spite for the insanity that people have thrust upon somebody who just doesn't have the money to have people do commissioned art and want to make a book, a role-playing game book. So there's where I stand. Not doing it. Now with with the Victorian stuff, with the it's thematically it can get away with not having art. That said, I do have front page AI color art for it. And I will put that on there and put it up for sale. If it doesn't sell, okay. But that's where I'm going with it. Right. Well, he thought I was out. I was all ready to publish the thing. It's gone through a lot of revisions since then. That was like 2.5 years ago. And I was going to go to Lulu, and Lulu wanted $60 for the kind of book that I was going to put out. And I figured, okay, I'll buy some sort of cover art and a couple of pictures, and that would bring it from a $60 production cost up to a $90 production cost. So even then, I would have to sell two just to, I couldn't sell the thing for $100. I'd have to sell it for maybe 40 at best, and then still end up, having to hustle a bunch of them to make up for that cost. But if you start talking, some people are like, well, I want 2 or 3, pictures every 5 or 6 pages or something like that. That's the standard. If you don't do that, nobody will look at your stuff. And I calculated that out. And it was like now you're at like $150 per book to produce it. Hey, no one's gonna, no way. Well, it's not about profit, it's about creation, and people just put it out there because they want to get their stuff out there. Yeah, right here, I got your creation hanging. I'm not going to do something at a loss. I don't have money to pay for stuff I want to pay for, let alone take a hit on production. Sorry, it's for money. So, and then Griffith, that guy that did the documentary, he goes, well, here you can use all this public domain stuff. Well, shit, it looked like the kind of thing I could draw. The public domain stuff doesn't have any relation to medieval fantasy. It has a couple of medieval tapestry paintings, and they look horrendous. It no one's It's ugly. At that point, why put stupid looking stuff on there? Why not just sell it without anything at all? And then as people say, oh, you can't, if you don't have art, nobody will buy it. All right. So on the shelf that went on, and I go to to the Victorian stuff. That's, so I mean, back in the day, have you, you know, when Eldritch Magic or whatever came out, that was a hell of a thing to see a full color, and it wasn't even the full page. It was just that picture. Of course, it was a hell of a thing to see because she was naked on an altar. But before that, we bought small little books that were made on lithograph machines, usually typed up on a Remington typewriter, and maybe had a hand sketch drawing on the intro page. And we didn't give it shit because the whole point was those are the instructions. The imagination and the art is on the table. But now everybody wants this picture book like they're watching TV. I ain't doing that. Hell no. Yeah. So I just, between the exorbitant amount of money that some people want for art that really isn't that good, and then people say to me, well, you can't make better. I don't care. I'm buying a product. I'm not trying to match you. This isn't about me going and learning to be an artist. I'll tell you I suck. I can't draw nothing, and I'm not going to learn. You ain't going to do it. So if you want to sell your wares at a price that is exorbitant and above what the market will bear, you ain't going to get the sale. And trying to intimidate people or browbeat them for looking for a better financial alternative isn't going to make your case any stronger. And that's what these fanatic anti-AI people don't get. They just they sound ridiculous, if not violent and stupid. You know, and then they'll give you the spiel. Well, that's how I make my living. You're taking bread out. I feed my children this way. No, you don't. I don't not believe. I had one guy tell me that he paid a mortgage, bought two cars, fed two children and a wife on what he sold for, like D20 shit through the OGL. No, he's a liar. No, he didn't. I've had expenses. I've been married. I pay taxes. You are not funding your life because you, no. So, nobody's getting food taken off the table. They're just fanatics. We heard all this stuff when copy machines came out. We heard all this stuff when the instant Polaroid came out. We heard all this stuff when the SLR camera came out. It was going to kill jobs, and now anybody could do the things that used to take talent and skill. There was some legitimacy to that, but time marches on. It's been a long time since the Industrial Revolution. They aren't the first person to lose some business because of it, and they won't be the last. But they're the ones that just made it so I don't. I mean, like I said, if I won the lottery tomorrow, I wouldn't do it just because they were so obnoxious about it. Um, Color pictures in the book is expensive. Use black and white in the yeah. Well, yeah, even that I can't afford because these people seem to think that the little barbarian that here's the thing. A lot of the stuff that I saw where people were doing that were of a particular political and social outlook. We all know what we're talking about, right? So, and they all had the same style, and it was stupid. It was very very bad animated looking stuff. It looked like they were drawing for a cartoon, but not well. And one of them, I says, okay, well, show me what you got. And they showed me a barbarian. Bro, the barbarian was a child in footy PJs with a plastic trident. That was their barbarian. GTFO. I don't, and how much? $20 for, and it wouldn't even fill up a whole page. They don't get it. The market bears what it bears, not what you think you're worth. I think I'm worth $1 million. I can think that till I'm blue in the face. No one's going to pay for that shit. And trying to be the mafia and shake me down for the money like some of these artist people do. Well, support small creators. That's what they'd say. You ain't supporting small creators. You're shaking me down for money because you're You're an artist. I'm a small creator. I'm creating books and rule sets. But you want to talk about how you're hurting for money by squeezing dimes out of me that I don't have, and then browbeating me as some sort of evil person for saying no. I'm going to go and use something I can afford. Now, not doing it. And yeah, and then I get that. Well, I'm going to go do Kickstarter. No, I'm not doing that either. That's hustling for other people. They get a cut. Then you got to go get a bunch of merch if you want to sell that. They might get a cut. I'm not going through all that. It ain't no. If the idea was to make some money very cheaply by using print on demand to print the stuff that I made up. If you can't do that, then I'm not that invested in it to go through all of that bullshit. No, I'll go a Walmart door greeter or something. Hell no. Um, yeah, yeah. So I just so that's where I'm at. So if this stuff doesn't work and if people don't want to buy it because the front cover has AI on it, okay, don't. But it isn't going to cost me, some $100 or $180 to produce it. I can produce it at, and have it printed by Lulu for the $60 and if it doesn't sell, then I'll apply to Walmart. So that's where I am with my pack. But that's the latest is to kind of get around all that hoopla with art. Plus, it's interesting because there's so many people talking about the history and they're not getting it right. You know, the people they're talking about Braunstein and all that sort of stuff, and they're evading all this. And then the arguments that people I was having with people about how RPG and wargaming is different. That's not really true either. So this product satisfies the people who want ridiculously, one page, ultra simple stuff. It the background on it destroys all that folklore about how this RPG stuff came about and all that. Um, and it's modular. I always make my stuff modular. And what I mean is you can add in your own monsters. You can add in your own vehicles, your own units. There's a points based system where you go, oh, well, I want to put the Jabberwocky in there. Okay, well, what's the Jabberwocky got? Well, it's got four sharp claws and two teeth, and it okay. Here's how many points claw attack is. How tall is it? How big is it? Okay, here's how many points for that size. Here's how many attacks based on what. You add all that together, and now you can have that thing inside your game without me having to, keep printing supplements till the day is long that people have to buy and buy and buy and wait for. Now you can do it yourself. So it's geared to frugal people by frugal people. It's a kit that you can design your own stuff for instead of having to keep shelling out money. Well, I don't want the art. And that's the other thing. It doesn't even appeal to me to go after it. I don't at this point not having it just to, flip the bird at those people is, what I'm doing. So I'm not even going through it. Nope. Um, I had AI make up color. Well, I've got the stuff. This is what I had it make up. And if somebody wants to, like, here's what I don't want to do. I don't want to go to anybody who's been bitching about AI. I want to go to somebody who doesn't care and isn't really deep into art, but can maybe, draw something up and, just pay them a couple of bucks for their trouble and have them make a couple of black lining drawings to put on the intro page, and that's it. That's as far as I want to go. You know, just to because I'm so irritated by all that. It was so over the top. like I say, I know nobody's really going to come and kill me, but just to make death threats over pictures in an RPG book is so ugh. Um, those people are just fanatics, so I can't stand it. I'll get this thing out so I can clip it to the. Um, I even thought about making video recorded rules because I know how much people hate reading now. I thought, what if I just, you know, did it like an infomercial or like a tutorial and put it on a CD or something. Here's your game. Here's how you play. Um, I thought about doing that. The whole system. Where the hell is the thing I'm looking for? I had it a minute ago, but we never had a whole all-inclusive thing. And you would buy the war game rules, you would read them, and in the back of the rules would be like, here's what we recommend you use for miniatures, or here's how you base miniatures from these manufacturers. And now it's this whole kit of things where, like Flames of War or whatever. And it's just such a cash cow. You just gotta, you gotta just keep throwing money into the fire to get those games going. And and I don't understand. People don't seem to be concerned with finding a more frugal way of doing it. I don't get it. How come my blind ass can't find it in this mess of files that I've got? Okay, here it is. Finally, Jesus. And then it disappears again. My computer's been acting up. That's the other thing. If I'm going to spend money on anything, it's going to be buying a new computer because this one's about to blow up in my face. I can tell. They only last about a year and a half now. It's ridiculous. We'll get it. Well, here's the Bronte supplement anyway. There it is. Okay. Come on. Jesus. Things used to be easier on a computer too. Just click a button and shit would show up. Now you got to screw around. Sorry, grouchy old guy, but I hate this stuff. Uh, okay. Oh, come on. Quit fighting me on every little thing. Uh, this damn thing is going to make it a real pain in the ass. Okay, so here it is. Can you see that? There. There it is. That's the Bronte one. I just had that made up. Had to wrestle with the damn computer for 5 minutes to get it to work. No, it's okay. I don't need it. I don't want any art in it. At this point, I want to put my finger in the air and just screw that. I don't want it. Thank you for the offer. I appreciate it, but I'm so infuriated by that. I don't want to even do it. Um, nah, it's okay. I got a couple of things, and I'll put them on there. And the only extra thing I would like to do is like I won't do this, but is just have a picture of me throwing the bird at people. I'm not much of a salesman or all that, but that stuff infuriated me so much that I just ugh. If you want art, go buy the shit in art and put it in a frame. Why do you have to have, I never the Star Wars D6 book was one of the first ones I saw that had like the glossy insert in the center with the full pictures, and it was kind of cool because I thought that their advertisement thing was funny. If you ever seen the second edition that I'm playing, the physical book, In the middle, there's like an advertisement for an R2 unit. There's an advertisement for this uh, used TIE fighter lot that'll sell you a squadron of 12 and you can get the 13th one for free if you act now. And those were clever and they were full picture spreads. But normally I thought, why do I need that? Everybody started doing, like BattleTech had it in their compendium, and it just was, now it's more expensive. I'm not going to stare at photos. I want to learn how to play the game, and I'll go paint miniatures and look at them. I don't need all that crap in a book. And now everybody, that's all they want. They don't want to read. They want to stare at pictures. Go get a coffee book. Yeah, that's okay. That I appreciate it, but I don't want that. I don't want it in there. If I don't want it, here's the thing. If you want pictures, don't come to me. I'm selling rules. If you want fluff, you can find everybody else doing that. But I just don't understand, spending $40 and then like Flames of War was all those color pictures and every one of those books was like $40. And that wasn't the whole game. You had to keep buying more and more of that crap just to have a game. Why do people want to spend more than they need to? Like, it's, I guess, because bragging rights, I guess. Yeah, yeah, it said something to that effect, and it had all the attachments that came with R2 and explained them all, and it was cool. And I thought, all right, that's clever, and it's, you know, I overlooked a lot of things with Star Wars because it was Star Wars when it came to West End games. I wasn't really sold on the thing until I talked to Scott, and and even then I didn't like the die system that much. The color photos were, you know, like I said, the ads were clever and interesting. But once you've read them, that's it. Now they're just a fucking page you got to keep passing over to get to everything else. And I mean, I understand there's presentation involved in retail. I'm not completely blind to that, but it's become this obsessive thing, and it's more expensive, and it's more about the fluff than it is about the substance, and that's why I just get turned off. I've I don't need to see the same picture of Lando Calrissian in in color through 15 different add-ons. Um, a whole all-inclusive things must scale from epic gaming that can include details to realism that drives into more world war. Party Ground Zero, yeah. Well, that's the other thing with my stuff is I use that very thing. You're It's all about being in the past, and that probably is why it won't sell because there's not a lot of people that enjoy that. But again, back in my day, old man at Cloud, when you bought, I bought Armored Attack, which is a pamphlet book from my war game mentor, whose name was Gary Bloom, and it was a it was a red and white lithographed um, front page that just said Armored Attack. I don't even think there was a picture. There might have been a hand drawing of Panzer. I'm so old I don't even remember, and I played the shit out of that game. But that was it. It had every damn tank, every APC, everything you needed was in that book. That was it. You bought that, and the rest of the investment was on scenery and the miniatures. And I mean, it makes sense from money prospect to divide that into 15 volumes of $40 books filled with color pages and shit like that. But I didn't like that because I didn't want to shell that kind of money out even when I had it. And it just becomes a money grab. Now you can see. I understood that everybody was selling their stuff for profit, but when you make it this overt greedy shit like that, where you have this scheme, it's like DLC. I'm just turned off by that. And I know I can't be the only person out there going, gee, I really want to play some more of this stuff, but I can't really afford it. Well, the stuff I make was supposed to be affordable. The same with Paracosmic. It was supposed to be something that could play any genre with only a handful of rule changes and be this all-inclusive manual where you just go, okay, I bought the product. Now I can play wherever I want, any way I want with this. Instead of, I'm waiting 6 months for the new version of this to come out, or I'm looking for second edition, or when are they going to put out the new Unearthed Arcana 2 and all that. And it just, you're constantly cash flowing out to these companies while they piecemeal this shit out to you. It's a drag. So I was trying to be, the Econo box version. So that's what I was doing with it. And then everybody goes, oh, no, no, no. If you don't blow a shit ton of money on pictures that people won't look at but once or twice in the book, you'll never sell it. And, blah, 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 blah. Arty, arty, arty. We want 4K color. Go play a fucking computer game then. If you want great graphics, why are you staring at a character sheet that's on a piece of paper? Go play Baldur's Gate, you know? And so I was supposed to be substance over flash, but I don't think it'll work. And then this is before they started blackballing. Now drive through RPG, because everyone's like, oh, take a drive through RPG, you can sell through that and blah blah blah. Well, they won't touch it. Itch won't touch it. The other guys that were supposed to be alternatives, like that Giant Slayer, they're gone. You know, Biggest Geekus, they were supposed to be another alternative. Haven't seen them make anything in a year, if not a year and a half. They don't even do their show anymore. And, so there you go. So, yeah. Well, right. I mean, the technology thing, there's all sorts of, just like 1984 and this sort of stuff. It's just that I remember United Auto Workers, when the robot arms first started showing up on the lines on Detroit, they were killing off a lot of jobs, those automated things. I remember all the strikes and all the complaints and all the bitter men, you know. Tony, if he's in here, his dad was at Pabst, and all that happened with the beer and breaking up the unions and all that sort of stuff. It's no fun to lose your job. They give you this guilt trip like you're some mean fascist because um, you're supporting something that's gonna take away employment. But we're talking about generative art for a niche gaming product. Nobody's losing their job. These people aren't, professional artists. They're pronoun wearing punks that are, you know, hate capitalism and want, that's all that is. There's no real principle behind it. While they talk about Marxism, they're mad because they're not getting paid what they think they're worth for labor that amounts to shitty elf paintings. And they can, you know, take a leap. But it, this is taking a decisive, angry old man turn. I was talking about having fun with these games and all that, but yeah, if you want to know about my stuff, that's where it's going. Now, if you want Paracosmic and you just want, um, the book cover and the actual material to play and use your own imagination to think up the worlds that you create with it, because that was the point. It wasn't, you know, great. But look, even if I wasn't on this rant about AI, I have 75 worlds for that product now. The, nobody, the only people that would have the money for all of that to illustrate, and that's now we haven't even gotten into the bestiary. The bestiary is 3 volumes thick, and what the hell would be the point of a monster manual if there isn't a picture for every monster in the manual? As much as I'm not a huge fan of artwork in books, when it comes to a monster manual, it's kind of it's a little bit different, right? So I couldn't fund it no matter what anyway. No, there's no Kickstarter in the world that could get all that. So, but if you don't mind reading a text description of what the world's supposed to be like, and then take that into your imagination and go ahead and channel your inner Mr. Rogers and see what it would look like to your mind's eye, uh, or create it yourself through the tools that I provide so that you can flesh it out, then this still will be for you. But if you want picture pages, you know, you ain't gonna get it from me. Um, yeah, I just don't have, and I thought about that. I was fine with, I really didn't even think about it. I'm like, God, you really do have to have a picture for everything in your bestiary. And I was too busy just making this stuff up. And I go, there's no way you'll be able to pay for all of that. Maybe if you sell all the other volumes first, then if there's some money, you can put it into the Monster Manual and make that last. But if you make that last, no one's going to play. So that's why I started making the build your own monster, system and things like that. But, you know, I came from the the electric company and the Mr. Rogers and Sesame Street and using your own imagination. The whole point of it is imagination. And you get these people to say, well, I can't spark my imagination unless there's some pictures in it first. Well, at that point, what do you need the imagination for if I give you the pic? I wouldn't be able to picture Pamela Anderson nude unless I had a nude picture of Pamela Anderson. you know, so, yeah. Um, right. Well, I don't want to. I'm not doing Kickstarter. I'm not hustling for that company. I don't have the time or the energy for that. It's. I'm not looking for. I understand it's a complaint that some people say, well, you could solve the problem, but I don't want to do all that. It's not, I don't care that much about it to get into all that. So if you don't want rules and you want pictures, okay, then I've next project. So um, I'm not. I have one word when anybody mentions Kickstarter, and it's yeah. Um, just don't want to do it. So uh, then I thought about so the other thing I was going to do, and this isn't ever going to happen, was I was thinking about, well, why not just run big worlds on Discord servers where you have, you know, large living campaigns with multiple participants, and we can attract people to come to the Discord server and pay, for access to these large worlds and play in an ongoing living campaign that, like, shit, I can't get five people to play a dungeon crawl. So that went out the window as far as any type of, enterprise. It just, the majority of people are just collectors that want to buy picture book stuff and fiddle through them and talk about it. I built a system that was meant to be read and played, and the imagery was supposed to be in your head, and that's just not there anymore. So, oh well. You were told in elementary school that dreaming is offensive. What? How did wow. Well, the Mr. thing, that's another thing. So I tried using, you know, play by post because I thought it might be an attractive alternative for people who keep claiming that they don't have enough time to play. But it doesn't, people are so visually orientated that playing something that is effectively a slow motion IRC mush, they just start to lose interest, you know. And that was the same thing. You guys were playing, Dave was playing, but a couple of the other people, they they just never came back. They did it, instead of going, hey, this isn't for me or whatever, they put in a couple of inputs and then never showed up again. One never showed up at all. And they, oh, I'm sorry, work got away from me and all that usual jazz. Okay. Well, when I find that, and you're perfectly within your rights to do whatever you want with your free time. Don't, but what I saw was the person was then playing when they finally got back from their hectic work schedule and went back to Twitter, they were playing Diablo and PC games. And it just, to me, there's a lot of people that seem like they want to play RPG or they talk about tabletop RPG, but when it comes time to play, they go, "Oh, it's too complicated and all that stuff." And it just seems like they would be a lot happier playing a video game. And with this person, I think that's they discovered it too, and that's fine. That's great. But it everybody's a TTRPG person till it's time to do TTRPG shit. And a lot of them don't want to do it. So and again, you shouldn't be forced to. I'm not saying you're required to, but too many people commit to it and then don't do it. Um, yeah, yeah, I did see the stuff you made up for it. You got really into it, and I'm not a great explainer. I could see that I was trying to explain how the thing worked to people, and it wasn't coming through. And at first, the first couple times that I did these kind of things, and that wasn't happening, I go, "Oh, these people really it's hard to get them to grasp certain concepts." And then I realized it's consistently an issue because I'm a shitty teacher, not because they don't get the concepts. I'm just what sounds clear in my head when I say it obviously isn't coming out all that well articulated. People aren't getting it, so that wasn't helping things either. I would write it up, as a rule book. But the minute you do that, then people go, oh shit, now I've got to learn rules, and it's a drag, and they don't want to play anymore. So there's that. Yeah. So I just kind of gave up. Now I've got some people doing the Star Wars version of that, but then you've got the anti Star Wars people, you know, um, that just don't want to play Star Wars at all. So it's hard to find enough people to do that. But I got two or three that do that stuff. Well, that's good. That's the other thing. The vast majority of D&D that I played wasn't super thematic. We didn't really get into modules. I played a couple of them. I played, um, here and there. Uh, but largely what we did was domain play, hex crawls, stuff like that. And we didn't just keep doing hex crawls. We did a couple of them, and then that made a world. And then we would go back and play in that world and just kind of make stuff up and improvise. We were never real heavy into the lore and all that. So I'm not as good DMing that as far as making it, some sort of storyline that's interesting to people. It's more of a war game procedural thing the way we did it. Um, but with Star Wars, I can dive deep into the lore. The problem with Star Wars is from at least it seems such is that some people are so TLDR. They get so mad at the idea of having to read anything or just refuse to read anything. And I will write a lot about it. There's a lot of lore that is written out, and some people just go, they just give up, or they go, I don't care what you're writing. I'm not going to read it no matter what, but I want to play. And then they show up to the session and they don't know what the hell's going on, and all the references that I make don't make any sense to them. And then they quit because they go, well, this guy wants me to do homework and I don't want to do it. And I understand that perspective, but the game is such that it's supposed to be extremely broad and have layers, and I get deep into that shit, real deep. Yeah, I know what you're saying, and that's come through in other things too. Um, an example is just prior to Geek Squad really becoming a big thing. I tried to moonlight as like a tutorial for people that were, you know, not real strong in computer stuff, kind of computer illiterate people. And I found myself doing the same thing where I would I wouldn't talk about left or right click or wouldn't discuss how the mouse works because I felt like that was talking down to somebody. I understood not understanding the details of computers, but I never expected anybody to not know those sort of things. And I thought if I explained that to them, it would come off as patronizing or condescending. So I wouldn't say anything about it and then be surprised when people were confused because I hadn't specified those minor details to them. And I know I probably do the same thing with gaming. I don't because I gamed with a guy who was real sensitive about, he was always telling me that I made him feel stupid. And I wasn't trying to. I wasn't being arrogant or whatever, but what I was trying to do is not be condescending, and unfortunately it came off as such. So yeah, yeah. And what he was saying is I was talking about stuff that he wasn't grasping, and I was assuming that he was able to grasp it. And there was two reasons for that with that particular individual, probably with three because I'm not a very good instructor, so I'll put blame on myself as well. But with him specifically, that individual, there was two problems. He smoked grass like Cheech and Chong. He never effing stopped. So that was a problem because it scattered his brain. He wouldn't tell me this, but he did have actual learning disabled issues like dyslexia and stuff. I didn't know that. And he was embarrassed to tell me. So I would give him, I mean, I wouldn't give him a lot, but I'd write down, okay, like here's my two hit chart for my own tank game. And I'd write it down to him. And he would look at it like, you get real mad. I didn't know he was dyslexic. That was a problem. So that's why he never wanted to play Avalon Hill games with me, even though he had purchased all of them. Oops. Yeah. So, but I guess I need to, maybe write it out better. But as I say, my fear is if you hand somebody a manual, they're going to wait. This now it's complicated. So I don't know. You can't win, but yeah. Now, as far as the Mystara thing and the rules, you can get all of that material for free if you're not into being super. I never bring this up to people because some people get really upset about like Bill Sylvie. He'll, oh, you're a thief if you use, you know, PDFs that are, you know, questionable from sites and stuff like that. But if you want to go look at BECME, you can go on the internet and look at everything BECME. And then you can read how it works out of the original manuals and stuff like that. But I didn't offer that because I didn't know some of those people and I didn't want to start a fight. Yeah, yeah, that's it. I've had that too, where a whole party except one goes, "Yeah, that's a great idea," and the other one guy, "No, no, no, I hate this game now," and he wants to leave or something like that. I don't know if BECME is on Drive Through RPG or anything like that. I very rarely look at it, so I don't know. But yeah, but but I found more than one place that had damn near everything TSR old school from from 70, what would it be, 74 or whatever, all the way up to like 83 or whatever when the blooms came in. So the majority of second edition, not all of it, but all of first and Beckme and Mulvey and Metzer and the whole 9 yards. I found a couple places that have that. I'm not saying it on on here because I don't want to get ganked or whatever. I saw the same thing for FASA. And with West End Games, I literally have a signed, it's digitally signed, but it's nonetheless signed by Scott Palter saying, I don't give a shit. Go ahead and use it. You know, he kind of had his own attitude after what happened about West End Games and the collapse of that company. And he said, I says, I want to play this stuff, but I want to play it over the internet, and not everybody's got a book and all that sort of stuff. And he goes, you can find it, and if anybody gets weird about it, give them my email. And he wrote out a little thing on the email saying, go ahead, tell them. I'll tell them. Unfortunately, he passed away, so he's not going to tell anybody right now, but that was cool. Two schools of acceptance in Beckme. I'm not sure I follow what that is, um, but if you want to look at it, contact me off the live, and I can point you in the right way. So, and that goes for first edition and everything else. It's not everything. There's things missing, but it's got the basics. So, um, I found a place that has like Traveler. It has even Aftermath, GURPS, Riffs. What else did it have? A bunch of really weird ones, like well, the Seventh Seas one. That's not that weird, but there was some really off-title weird stuff in there. Um, Fate. Had a bunch of them. Yeah. So, but it didn't like some of the stuff I really wanted. Like it didn't have Gamma World. It didn't have any of the other TSR stuff. It didn't have any of the Marvel stuff. It had some. It had like DC stuff from the '90s. It had a bunch of anyway. Yeah, but it had a ton. It didn't have all the GURPS, but it had damn near all the riffs. I think it did. It also had the what is that, the Thirsty Sword Lesbians or whatever that one was called. Um, it had Empire of the Petal Throne. It didn't have Gamma World, but it had God, my old ass is going to get that. What is it? Something Alpha or whatever. I can't. Christ, I'm old. I forget stuff. Everything. Um, it did have the old. It had the old. Uh, what do they call that one? Empire of the Stars or whatever. That was TSR from way back, and it had the war game and the role playing. No, well, not Star Frontiers. This was even before that. It was called something like Empire of the Stars or Galaxy Empire, something like that. And it was kind of a almost a war game, but it had an RPG thing on top of it called Stargazer or something like that. It was really old, and I remember seeing that for half a second. They didn't sell a lot of those copies that I remember, but I saw it played a couple of times, and I really wanted to try it. Um, here, I'll look it up. I can look it up without getting on screen. I'm afraid of AI busting me, but I can tell you. Let's see. I can actually get up the list. Okay, so 7C, 13 Age, Song of Ice and Fire, Aftermath, Amber, Ashen Stars, Astonishing Swordsman of Hyperbia. Some of these guys I know, so I don't really want to piss them off, but Uh, it's got a healthy chunk of old fashioned BattleTech, Blade Storm. Never even heard of that one. Blood and Bronze. Yeah, here's the one with the macho women with guns and all the add-ons for that. The corpse add-on, the Time Lord stuff, which I'd love to play the Time Lord stuff. Um, Burning Wheel. This one is uh, a I don't even think I could say this one without getting in trouble. So I'm going to skip over that. Um, because but the one I was trying to think of, uh, now it's got D20 variants and all that, but I don't know, a lot of that stuff isn't even, it's open source anyway. Um, so, oh, it does have Gamma World, but not Star Frontiers that I see. Anybody remember Silent Death? It's got that one. Uh, okay, but let me find the one I was trying to say here. This is so old. Let's see. It'd be hard to find in this big mess, but you'll be sitting in silence while I search through a bunch of shit, so I guess I'll pass telling you. But oh, here's the one last place I could look in this big mess. So it's a hyperlink list. So clicking around into yeah, I was right. Star Empires, and then there was Star Probe, but there was a third one in it. I can't remember what it was, but anyway, it's got the Star Probe, and that's really old. That's from like early 70s, I think. But I always wanted to play it because I always like sci-fi. Yeah. No, no, I'm okay that it doesn't have Twilight 2000 because I do, but it doesn't have that on there. But I do think it has the Morrow Project, I think. Yeah, yeah, it's got Morrow Project. It also has some, but not all of um, MERP and some other ice stuff and all. It's this giant repository, and I don't know how this stuff didn't get zapped. I know it was overseas. It was like in Sweden or something like that, but this was so egregious that you know they got Pirate Bay, but they didn't get this guy for or gal or whoever was running it for years, and so it's still out there, and there's a couple of other places. One is I'm not afraid to tell you. There's a place called Scribd. Now you have to pay for access to that. SCRIBD. And they've gotten in trouble, they've gotten sued, but they're still in existence, and they have a lot less than they used to because after they got sued. But you can poke around and find some interesting gaming stuff on that, but you got to pay $12 a month to do it to get the download access. So, um, but before they got sued, they had like PDFs of every Avalon Hill game, like B-17 and Blitzkrieg and tactics, just the whole thing on PDF, which is, um, but they do have Twilight 2000. I don't play. I only play GDW. If I'm going to play Twilight 2000, it's going to be, you know, Mark Miller GDW stuff. I don't want any of that remake shit. Yeah, so they say, but if you go on Scribd and look around, there's a whole lot of stuff on there that ain't public domain. They'll get it. They'll get zapped eventually, but the the stuff keeps popping up, and they're not very good at keeping an eye on it. Um, so if you're of morally gray thought process on IP, go ahead and get in on that, I guess. Yeah, there's no, it doesn't have Astral, but it has a whole bunch of other stuff. It has the Lord of the Rings adventure game from 1991, which I played twice. It has Hackmaster, it has Harp, um, Legend of the Five Rings, stuff like that. I mean, I can't put any of this on screen. I don't have any of it. This is just its list of things. Savage World, it has all of that. Rune Quest, Rollmaster, Space 1889. I don't know if anybody remembers that one. That was a big deal for a while. There's all sorts of Space 1889 being played at Gen Con for some years. I never did play it. So there's Space Master. I don't know if anybody remembers that. It's got that in there. My sci-fi stuff. This isn't stuff I've downloaded or anything. Just keep saying that for the fucking. Uh, it does have Top Secret, but it doesn't have Star Frontiers. Um, Couple of other interesting ones. There's one called Slasher Flick. That was kind of a flash in the pan thing somebody made once. Um, but yeah, that's just some of it. It's big. Now, and this same place has books on the list of books that it has on PDF. Not a lot of novels or anything like, but it does have some novels, but like the amount of programming books, mostly for old languages, like, you know, that are out of date. Um, but old VB.net stuff, DOS 3 point, this, that, and the other thing. It has a couple of 6.22, but most of it's 3 DOS and old COBOL, Logo, oh, Jesus, all sorts of shit like that. Um, and books about survival. Like, it has a whole chapter on conspiracy stuff. And then it, they also took all of, I don't even know if I can say anything more than that, but it has a lot of UFO and Bigfoot stuff too, if you're into that. No, it doesn't have aces and eights. It, nope, no Chaucer's Tale. Uh, so the weird thing is, it did pull a bunch of stuff off, and I don't. It's like, why did it just like, if you like, it has some Warhammer stuff too. It's got a lot of GW stuff, Games Workshop stuff, which the minute they hear that, they'll be all over this whole thing. But it didn't drop any of that, but it dropped some pretty odd things here and there. Um, Here's a good one, Sword and Sorcery. It's got all of that. Uh, it didn't do a lot of Palladium, but it does have the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff, like the old RPG stuff that was like super violent, you know, not like the cartoon that came later with the RPG, like the original uh, black and white pictured RPG from, what was that, the late 80s, early 90s or whatever. It's got those on it. Those are wild. Yeah, yeah. And it does have some old, like, it's got old field manuals from the army. There's nothing protected about that stuff. I've had people accuse me of violating copyright for using a field manual from the government. I go, they don't. They don't give a shit. Trust me, they don't care that you're talking about the field manual for a fucking M3 Recon half track from 1945. There's, you know, they're not going to sue you for IP. People are a little bit fanatics, but yeah. So anyway, there's and some of the stuff there's more on there that I'm not going to say because I there's other people listening and I don't want to torch anything off, but it's not good. You know, I officially don't support it, but I officially don't care if you do. Go ahead and help yourself. But I ain't giving you the thing here. Anyway, but and it does have kind of tying back to the subject. It's got some stuff called 2 hour war games, and they made RPG slash war game stuff. And they didn't just make war game stuff. They made a horror and a pulp version, but they had Black Powder, Ancient, and Medieval. They also had their own fantasy system. They had a nom system, but it was a kind of mix of role playing and wargaming. The World War II stuff was called Nuts. So that was mixing the two together is not difficult. Oh, another one they do have, and I don't know, um, I'm almost afraid to say this one, but they have Paranoia. You guys remember Paranoia? One of the greatest concepts ever. It was like Brazil and 1984 mixed together as a parody. It's a phenomenal thing. Um, that's a great game. West End Games really never missed. I can't think of anything that West End Games did uh, that wasn't good. They did have Star Trek for half a second. That didn't last long, and I don't know how good their Star Trek version was. I always went to FASA, but everything I ever played, Ghostbusters, yeah. The thing about Ghostbusters is, okay, I played it. It's a lark. It's funny. But to play a campaign out of that, or to make it like a serious thing where you play some sort of deep investigative, why not go play Call of Cthulhu? Ghostbusters is something you have fun with and joke around about, have a couple of beers, play once, and then that's the end of it. I could never justify buying a box set and making it, so you know what I mean? I just couldn't do it. So, and they also had Raiders of the Lost Ark, or was that TSR? That was another one that was a really bad idea. Seemed like a good idea because I love Raiders of the Lost Ark, but it didn't really pan out as an RPG. Yeah, yeah, it is. You play a completely different type of RPG with Paranoia, and it is hilarious. It's a laugh riot, but it's got that early dystopian sci-fi stuff. If anybody's ever seen Brazil, you'll know what I mean. That kind of weird esoteric thing, with a hint of 1984, you know, in there. Yeah, yeah, it's great. So that one's fun. Um, what else can I talk about? Oh, it has for it has in nomine. So if you want to go, there you go for uh, you want to get deep into the Tradcat thing. There you go with that. Um, it has like one of the older Doctor Who. I don't remember how many different Doctor Who's they made, but this isn't the oldest one, but it's one of the older ones. Like I remember a Doctor Who RPG that had, the original guy on it. Uh, what else? Then it's got some collections. What are the collections? These are even weirder things. Hero games. It's got the Marvel. It's got villains and vigilantes, mutants and masterminds. So the big ones. Um, then it has a whole different thing. If you're a Japan, I call it Japanimation. I know there's other words for it, hentai or magma or magna or whatever the hell. It's got all of that stuff, shit that I can't even pronounce. Um, it's got a whole subset of those, and then really stupid shit like the Care Bears RPG, um, the Flintstones. I think some of this stuff is just D20 made up by people. Uh, yeah, Beer and Pretzels RPG of hijinks at the dawn of time. Fred Flintstone RPG. You know, the kind of thing you do, you know, when you're half in the bag and you don't have time for anything serious or something like that. There's a ton of stuff. One of them is Jackie Chan Adventures. Didn't he have a cartoon called Jackie Chan Adventures? This is an RPG about that. Halo, uh, Scooby Doo. Now, here's the weird thing, they're still adding stuff. Now they added one for Star Wars Rebels, um, which isn't my bag, but that's something new. Then they have the TM, you know, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle stuff that everybody remembers, like the cartoon version of it. They have a Zelda. Um, they have Toon. Anybody ever play Toon? That was a Steve Jackson one. Anyway, is that who's still here? You guys want to hear more about the art about the war game stuff? I'm kind of gone off topic, but I think I chased everybody out. But that's okay, whatever. You guys tell me. Yeah, the tune system was pretty funny. So some of most of this stuff is like I don't even know what the hell it is. Cowboy Bebop, I know what that is to some degree, but um, GI Joe, yep. Super Mario Brothers, and that's just one. I mean, you know, there's so much that I can't believe these guys are getting away with it. They probably won't be. The AI will probably inform the master control computer or whatever. Fucking, I'm probably ratting them out. God, I swear, like no one's really noticing how much they're putting screws to privacy, slow but sure on the internet. You know, they just passed a law in my state saying that if they want to monitor all of our phones further, so that if anybody under 13 says something about wanting to, you know, harm themselves, that it informs people. And it's one of those things where that sounds great. How can you argue against that? You don't want kids to do that to themselves, right? Well, of course not. But that's that's the excuse to start. And that established the precedent. And then when you're not looking or it's not being covered by the media, they start, you know, oh, he said something bad about Washington, D.C. Let's go investigate him for, you know, domestic terrorism because we didn't like his opinion. That's where it ends up. You know what I mean? Dave, are you still here? Or did we bore you out of it? Tony, anybody? Um, well, there's a whole nother category, and it's a huge. This is called collaborative and peer or GM less. See, that doesn't appeal to me at all. I think if you're getting rid of the GM, you're what? No, I'm not into solo, and I'm not into that weird kind of, what you're doing then is you're just doing, you know, improv acting. But it does have one called Sons of Liberty, and I'd love to take a role-playing game of freedom and badassery. Hell yeah. That would be funny. I appreciate being offered the art, but at this point, the art thing is just I'm so mad at the whole thing. I just want to do it without art out of spite. So Josh's American Revolution isn't the real American Revolution. It isn't even an authentic revolution. It's like Frank Miller's 300, but for the revolution. Okay, that would be funny. That's one of those things where the premise is hilarious and it'd be fun to play once, but I wouldn't want to pay for it and have it sitting on my shelf. I'd never use it again. It's the kind of thing you go and play once at a convention for laughs, in my opinion. Um, it does have D20 variants up the wazoo. Diablo 2, Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate, Warcraft, and then D20 Modern, which is just this giant thing that ranges from apocalyptic stuff to World War II stuff to made up heroes and ninjas and all sorts of stuff like that, all under the banner of D20 Modern OGL. So it has, and again, there's certain things that are done by people that are tenuously connected to me enough that I don't want to get I don't want them saying, "Hey," so I'm not even gonna. I probably shouldn't even said Ghostbusters. So because Sandy, he kind of got pissed off at me because I kind of poked him a little bit about some of the things he was saying, and um, so I don't want to give him a reason to try to burn me. Some people are vindictive, so um, I don't know him that well. Like I said, I've met him twice, but uh, I I think I made him mad. So, but he was making me mad. In my defense, oh, it's got Dungeon Crawl classics. There's another one. I've interacted with that gentleman. I don't want to make him mad that his stuff is being pirated. I'm not the one pirated. This isn't my stuff. I'm just reading off a list of somebody that that has done this. Um, and they do say they're fully DMCA compliant, but clearly that's not the case. Um, and if you find them and you want to level of beef with them, they say they'll remove anything by request. But anyway, let's see what else. But there's some real. Oh, they have a cipher system. They have Cyberpunk 3.0, Cyberpunk 2013, Cyberpunk 2020. Um, so plenty of different things of that. What else do they have that's super funny and cool that I such a big. They have Earth Dawn. I didn't really like that one very much, but there it is. That was one fast. I think it wasn't that FASA, and it just never really appealed to me. And I said, but the thing was, is I was like, by the time that came out, I had already, you know, I'd been playing D&D for years, and the idea of more fantasy or being in a completely different fantasy universe was like, you know, just seemed repetitious and boring. Uh, what else they got? Oh, Jesus, they got My Little Pony RPG. Yuck. Pathfinder. They had Starfinder, but they took it out, and I find that odd. Why that? Oh no, it is still here. I just am just blind. They still have Starfinder. They have Stars Without Number. Um, what the hell is the Laundry? What's this? The Laundry, a role-playing game based on the Laundry. Oh, okay. That's all right. I didn't read any of those, but now that I see it, yeah, this is British. So there you go. So they got the pretty weird selection. Well, yeah, I mean, I saw FASA still around. Um, I don't really know what they're doing. I know, you know, they don't have BattleTech. I don't. I think they said they were going to do something with Centurion, like remake it or whatever. I don't like remakes, but I heard that I seem to remember that they had done that, and they've got a couple of other IPs that they've picked up over the years that were lesser known than I was 1985 FASA fan. I liked all the stuff they were doing then. I could never get a lot of people to play the Centurion or any of that stuff, but I could get some people to play BattleTech. I like Mech Warrior. I love their Star Trek stuff. Um, but pretty pretty much it's all about BattleTech with me and the FASA people. So um, one that this one doesn't have, but um, that Scribd has is Phoenix Command. And y'all remember Leading Edge Game Phoenix Command? That was the best shit ever. And I could never get anybody to play it because they'd look at one of those charts and go, "Oh, no way." And I was like, if you just stop and forget about the fact that it's got a chart that is one page big and just read the rest of it, it was great. But nope, they wouldn't touch it. And I loved Phoenix Command, but nobody will ever play it with me. And it had one of the best micro armor sets that I ever played for their mass battles. It was great. Um, Yeah, but people are still playing BattleTech. It's owned by CGL and stuff like that, but I won't play the CGL stuff. There really isn't a whole big difference between the two. It's just I won't play it because I don't want to go buy it. Especially if there's no big difference. Like one guy's like, why make a big deal out of FASA versus CGL when the rules almost are almost identical? Okay, then I'll bring my FASA books because I don't have to pay for those. I already did. But I love BattleTech. Um, but Phoenix Command was one I couldn't get anybody to play. It was a little hardcore. They did make a couple of what was it called, Silent Steel or something. They made their own. It was originally supposed to be a combat system that you tied into other RPGs, and then they made Silent Steel or something Steel, and that was kind of this futuristic world that they came up with. And then they got the license for Aliens, and they made an Aliens RPG. Um, but they just what we used to do with it is we just would play skirmish war games with it, and then they came out with a micro armor mass battles, and we used that. It was great, but it like had a combat resolution system. It was kind of like THACO. It was a math problem that you came up with to come up with the hit res. It wasn't hard, but everybody just assumed it was because they had this one giant chart in the back of it. So, but it was super detailed and it had a lot of modern uh, weaponry in it and things like that. You know, small arms and machine guns and things like that. It was great. Uh, I okay. I played a lot of BattleTech. I played a lot of the Mech. In fact, the first LAN game I ever played was Mech Warrior, and I went and got Mech Warrior 2 for DOS, which was an excellent game when it ran right. And um, and I got so I didn't own one. I couldn't find it to own it for a long time, but I had two, three, four. I think it was 4 or 5 I stopped at. But I played the hell out of 3 on Microsoft Gaming Zone, and I had Mech Commander, and I had the Crescent Hawk stuff, and those were fun, if not a little frustrating to play. And um, but I still preferred to go to the tabletop. Okay, yeah, I was the heat in the and the ammunition were part of it, but it was great. I loved that game, and that was another one where people were like, you know, yeah, it's too complicated because I have to fill in boxes. That wasn't the greatest idea. The circular thing. It was like taking an SAT class, but anyway. But there's another one before the RPG came along, there was plenty of ways to RPG that up, and people were doing it. They were showing up at BattleTech games, um, in their uniforms, and they had ranks and medals and stuff like that, and they kind of were LARPing as they were gaming. The you had characters in that your pilot had a name and had a set of 3 skills, and those skills could be improved as you played on, and um, you could RPG that up without having to jump into Mech Warrior. But of course, most people say, why not? Um, but yeah, that was a way that RPG came with that one. So I always liked that stuff. That was kind of the vibe I wanted to go for with parts of Paracosmic, and now with the new stuff I'm doing was like Swords and Spells. It was kind of a miniatures game, but you could tack on a little bit of an RPG flavor to it, and you know that way the stuff stays simple. There's this myth that if it's old, it's hard, and that's not really true, especially if you go old enough. There's a difference between Phoenix Command in 1986, where everybody was trying to become the most realistic and trying to achieve simultaneity in the turn sequence and all that sort of stuff, and adding in more and more information. Phoenix Command, it goes, look, they've got every gun ever made. They had all the Soviet guns and all that. There's that, um, but then there was Charles Grant Battle from 1960 something something that was just a handful of six-siders and toy soldiers. So what I'm doing now is trying to do that. That's just like the Star Wars thing where I did the miniatures, just a simple miniature set, but trying to personify the troops and make them more RPG and make it, instead of just making it a battlefield where you fight one scenario, it's now this ongoing kind of RPG paracosm. Uh, and that's what I'm doing with now. But I do have a skirmish. The other thing about paracosmic convergence that's kind of a bummer, and I wish I could do it, um, was it was everything. It wasn't just RPG. It could do skirmish miniatures, grand tactical miniatures. Um, it could do hex and counter stuff. So it wasn't just an RPG. It could do everything. It was your one-stop shop. Um, I never played Syndicate, but I remember it because wasn't it one of the first isometrics? I seem to remember it being a big demo thing at at a lot of conventions, and they were really hyping up that whole isometric thing. Wasn't it one of the first? What year was it? Like late 80s? Oh no, 93. So it probably wasn't the first, but yeah, I do remember it. Set in a I didn't play it though. Set in a dystopian future in which corporations replace governments. Oh, well, I'd like to download it. I wonder if you can get that for free now. Well, of course, there is abandonware isn't really a thing anymore. There was, right? Maybe I can get it. I'll pay for it, but I'm not on Steam because it won't work. I got a better chance of finding somebody that had the original copy and trying to get it work on DOSBox and trying to get it work for friggin' Steam. But I like the corporation thing, the true kind of fascist thing. Yeah, that would be interesting. That was a little bit about like that book I wanted, that sci-fi book I wanted to write had a little bit of that, where the corporations had largely overtaken the government. Like the government was there, but it was kind of a just a figurehead. The reality, like, and some people say that's the way it is now, but I don't want to get into modern politics too much. Um, but it had exploded to the point where, you know, like RoboCop, where some private outfit buys the police department and shit like that. Yeah, yeah, I'd love to try that, but um, yeah, doing the war game thing. I was gonna do a demonstration if I got more than a. No offense, I don't think unless you want to see a demonstration, I was gonna do a demonstration of tactical wargaming as a well as a RPG. But I suppose I could just read Munchausen's stuff or show it or whatever. So I was writing for the Star Wars stuff earlier. I've got a different video. It's not a crawl. It's not fast or not long. It's just a cutesy little video I thought was funny to put in. And I'm setting up all the lore for the Star Wars stuff. And I'll turn that on as soon as I'm done so everybody can see the lore. Um, it's not an encyclopedia or anything like that, but it's more than two sentences. But it would help for people to look at it. And the other thing I'm doing with the Star Wars is I've got, like I said, I've got the domain game going. This doesn't affect the players. This isn't added complication or anything like that. But um, what's happening in the domain game is also happening in the RPG galaxy. It's the same galaxy that going on at the same time. And the domain game is almost completely a war game, but you might cross paths here and there. So if there's a battle in that game over some planet, it'll that battle will be occurring in the lore of the RPG you're playing, and it might affect the games can affect each other. You'll probably be the only one. I've never gotten anybody to read all of it. No, I take that back. Otter Pops. Uh, I think he read about everything. It was a shame about him. I don't know. Do you know that guy, the BattleTech, the Otter Pop guy? On probably not. He's mostly on Twitter. He's also on Twitch though. Anyway, he was playing, and we got along real well, and then this thing happened, and it's kind of my fault, and I feel bad about it. But he did read a bunch of it, and he's like, "Man, you should get this published." And I'm like, "Well, I appreciate that, but I don't think that I can get a Star Wars story published these days, you know, as some nobody that just but he thought it was really great, and I appreciate the compliment. But I wrote a lot of that stuff. I just love it. Makes the world richer. Gives you an idea of what's going on. So I'm already set. I could play that damn thing every night. I mean, and I know nobody else could, but I could. I'm ready to play right now. I got so much stuff already written up, but it'll be ready for Thursday for sure. Um, but yeah, I just that's what I want to do from now on is just is stack the RPG stuff on top of the miniature system stuff and just keep it light and for everything like like whatever genre I'm playing. I'll show you tabletop. Yeah, I was going to turn on tabletop simulator and all that and show it off, but uh, let's see, where is this? I took some of his ideas. Here's one: the unit efficiency war game. So instead of super detailed wargaming, you know, it takes out some of the heavy detailed minutia. And the unit efficiency thing is kind of like, have you ever played like Sudden Strike? There's a this used to be a mechanic you saw in a lot of RTS games in the early 90s where there was the health bar. That's kind of what a unit efficiency thing is. Next time I play Aces and Aces, I'm basing the era on Carmen McCarthy's book, The Blood Meridian. Yeah, yeah, I'd play that one. I've been begging people for Boot Hill, but everybody looks at Boot Hill and goes, "Oh, it's too old," and they don't want to play it and everything like that. So maybe Aces and Eights, and that's got that neat little system. So maybe just if I want to go out to the west, that's maybe the way to go. I would try that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I thought about doing that. I thought about using background music in the Star Wars, and I thought, you know what? It you're probably just asking for trouble. Not I'm not worried about copyright as much as sound levels being a problem or the thing crashing or something because I don't have a good hardware. But I really would have liked the idea to be able to play a little bit of Star Wars background music, for, at least for a couple of things, just briefly, not through the whole thing. It would get annoying, but then I thought better of it. So, but I did make the video um, to watch. It's really, yeah, it's just kind of a funny gag thing. Well, I it can tabletop will do it. You can there's a little system to put custom put. I mean, what it does is it mimics an old MP3 player, and you can load that onto the tabletop, and it'll function like an old MP3 player, but you can custom load your own MP3s or waves into it, and it'll play on tabletop. My StreamYards will play music too, but you have to push a button and all that stuff and get it set up. Yeah, so I don't know. I'd love to go to StreamYards because Discord just is a rickety thing that when it works, it's okay. But if it's in one of its states where they haven't fully fleshed out all the bugs like now, it could easily collapse under its own weight. But I guess the StreamYards does have its own problem with Windows 11. I didn't factor that Windows 11 part in because I don't have it and I'm staying away from it. Well, you get with all people have to do is is not leave their mic open. Just switch to you know keyboard a keyboard mic button instead of an open mic. Open mic in general just makes things like if you went to Discord and everybody had an open mic, it would start to get feedback and loops and start to bog down and shit like that. So, but I shouldn't do it because my connection is okay, except it has this cycle where it just well, you were saying the other day, I think it was you said, oh, you now you sound like you're underwater. It just every once in a while it just goes through the floor and then it restarts and then it's okay. So I probably shouldn't push it. But I did like the idea of having a couple of Star Wars. It's good for the gets everybody vibed up. Yeah, I'll never see, but if I don't fool around with online and having some fun with online, I don't have nothing. I'll never play face to face again. I don't have anybody around here. So I can't. I know it. I don't have any choice, and I'd love to be able to do more with it so I can enjoy it a little bit more. So, but I wouldn't want to play face to face even if I could. I don't. It's my thing anymore. Um, I'm happy here, but I want to get more out of it. But I won't put it in the Star Wars thing because it probably would just make the thing choke. If I could afford a decent computer, that would be different. Then I would pop all that shit in there. But it will work on this as long as you don't have an open thing. What? Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, all his stuff's Superman, Raiders of the Lost Ark, all that stuff. I mean, it's all excellent. I have the album, the compilation album and all that too. I don't have I have a CD player for my computer, but I have to go dig it out of storage because I didn't plug it in when I moved. Um, but I could rip it all and play it through this system right now. So I thought I had what I got loaded up. Let me see, media. Oh, I don't have it loaded up. I have the crawl, which I screwed up because it's a cheap free thing. Did you hear my Gold for XP song? I hate. Did I? Maybe it was you. I guess I played that for you. Now I think about it, not anybody else. So we did listen to that. I thought that was hilarious. I hate Gold for XP, so I thought it was good. But I wanted to get the John Williams. Well, I already said that. I do repeat myself a lot. Uh, what else? Oh, I did. I got all the Star Wars. Well, not all, but I got a whole database of Star Wars sound clips and special effects noises and stuff. Used to be able to get that stuff in the 90s real easy. There's whole web pages that just had nothing but waves of Star Wars clips and all that. Well, Google killed off all of that. But somewhere I found one for free, and it's just tons of things. Not all of it even from the movies. Most of it from the movies, but a couple from uh, computer games and things like that. So I thought about adding those in too, but same deal. I, I might make this house of cards collapse if I push it too far. Then I thought about adding in some other clips. I had one character that I patterned after. What was his name? Sergeant Apropos or whatever in Aliens, but I couldn't find many clips of him. And then I thought about Arlie Army, and I was like, well, or Ermy, my mistake, but that's that's too unoriginal and cheesy. Plus, it's foul mouthed, and people might not like that. But I had this scene where I thought it might work. Yeah, no more face to face for me. The last chance I had for face to face was going up to the Twin Cities for that thing with Griffith, but he kind of turned on me, and I don't know why Cook wouldn't drive. I was willing to pay gas money. He was going to drive me, and then or drive. Somebody said, "Hey, some guy needs to ride. Will you drive him?" And Cook said yes, and then he saw it was me, and then he said no. I don't remember ever pissing him off, but I don't know. Might have been a political thing. Yeah, 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 yeah. Tim, yeah, from from D&D. Yeah, I used to play Dawn Patrol with him all the time, and I mean not like one on one. So I was surprised he had recognized me. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he just looked at my account or something. I don't know. But he was willing to drive until it was, then I said, "Hey, thanks for offering the ride." Rob says, "You're gonna give me a ride. I'll pay for gas and all that." And then 3 minutes later, he came back or Rob came back and said, "Well, that didn't work out." And I thought, did he recognize me? And but I don't know. Maybe he looked at my account. I think he's kind of a lefty. So, whatever. That was my last chance. And I just, like, I probably couldn't have really shouldn't have spent the money even if I did go. But yeah, my, my days of face to face. No more of that. So, our car, not Cook, my old ass car. Not That's a different guy. Jesus Christ. So so burned out, my car. But there was a Tim Cook too. But yeah, whatever. Anyway, the guy didn't want to do it. So that was it. And yeah, uh, he said something about me playing in a Star Wars, and I kind of, my head is Swiss cheese. I swear to God, I can't remember anything, and I didn't connect him, connect with him about the Star Wars thing. Um, I think it's too late to register for his thing in Madison. Um, so maybe next year, maybe. I don't know. Shit, by that time, who knows? My health might go into the toilet. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. And he says they play one Star Wars game there, so we'll see. But I'm not really. I don't really like the idea of playing face to face that much. I was kind of hot for it because the reason I want to go out there to the last one is I have all that artwork and I really want to unload it. And I thought if I went out there to the convention uh, and showed it off, it might whet people's appetite for purchasing some of it. Uh, but the idea of just I'm not really into the idea of playing face to face. It doesn't appeal to me very much. But um, yeah, it's it's not that far. It's not that close though. So, and Madison is not my favorite place in the world anymore. But whatever, that's neither here nor there. But I think it's too late to register anyway. But I don't think those are the kind of people that would be interested in the artwork stuff or want to buy it. I went out there because I knew Kevin and shit these names. I'll mess them all up. But there was two dudes that were big art dudes that buy art stuff. One of them had bought stuff from me before, so I figured going out there and all that. Um, Plus, Rob seemed to recognize my uncle, so I thought that it would have been cool to go out there and bring that up and talk about that. But uh, the idea of face to face play these days kind of exhausting. But it's different with that stuff now. But I thought you were in. I think. Well, to tell you, I am 3 miles from Lake Michigan, in the ass end of nowhere. I'm not in any major metropolitan area, and so to go to the Twin Cities is when you consider the way the highways go, you're looking at a full afternoon, full day, damn near. Oh yeah. So yeah, but there were Carillion Rex. He was going to do it until he goes, well, where are you? And I explained where he was, and he's like, that's a long way out of my way. you know, it's the way the highways work, and that's why he bowed down on it. But whichever one it was, Tim or Mike or whoever it was that was gonna, they were fairly close to me, but they, as soon as they saw me, they didn't want to do it. So, and I don't know if they, I mean, they remember me, maybe, I don't know, but whatever. Um, but yeah, you got to go. That's a long way, and it's a long way out of your way to go. There's kind of a double back and all that sort of stuff. I'm not, I'm not up against a highway or anything like that. You know, you got to get off the highway and drive a little ways and all that stuff and go out into the ass end of nowhere, out in the sticks, and then go back to the thing. And it's it's north of Milwaukee, so if you were gonna, you know, to, it's a long way from picking up 95, 94 to head west. Uh, to go to Madison, you got to go way up north and then go way back down to get to 94 to go out west from where I'm at. So it would put a lot of mileage on your trip. And that's why Rex was like, "Yeah, man, I that's too much extra mileage for me." Right. And yeah, but you pick that up, I would assume that you're taking the interstate the whole way. And if you go through Indy, you go through Chicago, and then just, you know, take 94 out through Madison to get to the Twin Cities, because you have to go way far north from that turn to come and get me, and then to come back, and then come back to that turn to go west. So that was the problem with it. And like I say, I appreciate it, but it doesn't. The idea of playing on a, no, I don't really like it. Yeah, yeah, like I said, I wanted to get out there just to sell the art stuff more than anything. Um, and he was, I think he's in Indiana somewhere, right? And he said, "Oh yeah, I got no problem picking you up. We'll split a room." Well, then I pointed to where I was on the map versus the route he had to take, and he goes, "Well, shit, I got to go way out of my way to get you. Sorry, I can't do that." I don't blame him. So that's when Rob says, "I'll find somebody for you." And he asked Mike, or it was either Tim Cook or Mike Carr, one of them anyway, and they said yes until they saw me, and then they said no. And I go, Jesus, they must recognize me or something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, and it would have been a real hard press financially for me to get that hotel room. But I thought it would be worth it if I could get some of this stuff sold, because what I've got is fairly, at least some of it is fairly unique. So I figured it was worth the investment in time and discomfort to do it. But the idea of just going to a convention to play anymore, that doesn't really trip my trigger. So, um, I'll do some other way of trying to sell it. Rob said he'd look at it for me, and if Rob doesn't know what it is, then I I have a way of tracing down Zeb Cook and see if he might be helpful. But I'll end up selling it on what I want. What really want to do is just contact these art guys directly and be like, hey, if do you want it, or if you don't want it, do you know somebody who does want it? that knows what it is, meaning they're TSR fans or fantasy art fans. So if the convention, if Gen Con was still Milwaukee, going down to Milwaukee and putting it in the art auction, that would be that would be different. But I'm not going to Indianapolis just to do that. Hell no. I went to Indianapolis a couple of times and it didn't work out well. Right? Yeah, I went before that, but I went two or three times and there were issues each time. And I thought, you know what? This really isn't the convention that it was in Milwaukee. These aren't really the same people for me. That modern gamer stuff is no thanks. So, um, yeah. So I'm not doing that anymore. Um, but yeah, then COVID too and all that stuff. But in the last couple times I heard about conventions, you had these people going, "Well, we've decided to rescind our invitation for this individual because he doesn't fit with our values and all that political shit." Fuck, I don't want to go to that. When I played at Gen Con, like we played Tune in the bar across the street when the convention shut down, and we got effing hammered and started, you know, doing some really adult stuff with the tunes. And if you try to be, you know, edgy at all in some, you'd have people screaming that you're murdering them. They're so sensitive and oh, you triggered me. You can't use that word and all that. I don't want to deal with that shit. It used to be fun because you could pick up a game and meet new people. Now you go to an sit at an RPG table and you get some bone in the nose, pink haired chick, and you can't have any fun. You'd be afraid to say something without a scene starting. So fuck it. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I wouldn't wear a mask. Hard, I hated all that shit. I never got, but uh, I certainly wouldn't put up with that. But even without the mask and those requirements, just dealing with all those weirdo kids. No way. That's why ArnieCon was a different deal because I knew it was just a bunch of grouchy old dudes like me in general. So I'm like, okay, I can do that. I know these guys have the means and the interest in purchasing the art that I have that's from the late 70s and early 80s. So I'll go out there just to sell the art, you know. But otherwise, I'm not really into it. I'm not, I don't really have the enthusiasm. I don't want to play face to face. I don't like it anymore. I don't, no. Um, Bill Sylvie said, "Oh, go to GaryCon." Yeah, no, no, no. Don't want to spend the money or the time. It's like concerts or sporting events. There was a time where I'd go down. I'm not a big sports fan, but I wouldn't mind going to a ball game every once in a while just for the S's and G's of it. But now the I couldn't think of anything less fun than having to fight a crowd and sit outside and no way. If I want to watch a sports venue, I've got a nice big TV and a comfortable couch and a warm room. Why do I want to go? Yeah, I don't drink anymore. I medically can't even drink, so that's another thing. The Midwest social element is basically, you know, revolves around beer and bars, and I can't partake. So it's yeah, yeah. And even if I could, money's a big issue and all that sort of stuff. So those days are pretty much past for me. I like my comfy little cubby hole and my microphone, and that's all I'm up for. But it's frustrating because not a lot of people want to play. But yeah, yeah. Someday I'll get that stuff out and get pictures of it. Maybe somebody will bite on it on Twitter or something, a place like here. But I get the feeling that the best way to do it is to contact people that may think it's okay. So that was another thing about selling that game stuff. The idea, like conventions, don't appeal to me. You know, it even seems worse is being at a booth where you sell your stuff at a convention. Oh, I did that a couple of times with toy soldiers and a couple of times with um, like old Atari stuff. Oh, was it miserable? It was the Atari stuff was worse because the people there were really cutthroat about getting rare items and things like that. It was what a drag. And to think you were paying for that, you were for that abuse and stuff. Ugh. I had a computer there for demonstrative purposes, and one kid was such a weird aspie. He just jumped into my booth and started typing on my computer. You know, just no manners. I don't want to deal with that. I had a lot of fun at Gen Con, but every once in a while you'd run into somebody who was one of those weirdos. I had one guy I went to ask a question about a miniature and he just started screaming at me. Another guy who did that? Frank Chadwick, the guy who wrote, uh, like Johnny Reb, those, you know, those war games from GDW. He did some of the Twilight 2000 stuff too. He was another dude that I just walked up to with an innocent question about one of his game mechanics, and the guy just started screaming at me. Just mannerless, aspy weirdos. So, um, I'm too old to tolerate that. When I was a kid, I was just like, okay, well, sorry, dude, whatever. I was just asking a question, whatever, and I move on and not be worried about it. Now I can't put up with those people. Uh, yeah, Tony and I went to Indianapolis. Tony, that's in here, and that was so long ago. The time we went is when Bush was in office, and he choked on the pretzel and fell down and hit his cheek. That was like what was that like 06 or something like that? That's when we went the one time, and he got sick and didn't say anything. Yeah, and what did you have? Like bronchitis or something? Like he was horking lungers. He was bad, and I was afraid I was going to catch it. So we ended up going all the way out there, 2003. Wow, yeah, and we went all the way out there, and we ended up having to turn around because he was just too sick. He was laid out in the bed for one thing, and we drove home. Pneumonia. Yeah, he had walking pneumonia. So, um, but I was still drinking. So we went to Speedway and went to some liquor store, and I got a bunch of what was that Irish beer, something like that, something real strong. But but we never really got in there. And the time before that wasn't that wasn't the first time. That was the second time. The time before that, um, I just I wanted to. I don't remember what happened, but I ended up not wanting to attend. So we turned. But we ended up turning around both times. We did go one time where we were there for a little while. I guess I went to the games, even though Tony had to stay in the room. Um, but the vibe just wasn't appealing. Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff. I went to like a rummage, like an outdoor kind of bazaar where you bought you bought a space and laid out a table. And that was another one. These weren't gamers per se, but some of the most weird and bizarre people out there. My uncle used to go there all the time, and he had fun. He liked doing that and dealing with people. But even he said some of them are just obnoxious and weird. And I don't have the tolerance for that shit. So I ended up packing up my stuff and leaving after half a day because I had stuff like that. People were strange, you know. I went up to one guy who had a bunch of stuff for sale and I said, I'd like to buy that. And he asked me, what do you want to do with it? What do you give a shit? Are you going to sell it or not? You know, it's weird stuff like that. You know, so yeah, I don't get along with people. Individually it's okay, but in large groups it starts to become a problem sometimes, especially if they're strangers. It's one thing to hang out with a bunch of people you know. It's another thing to go to a place where you have to rub butts with people that you don't know. Yeah, no thanks. Never used to bother me, but it does now. But yeah, I would try to sell toy soldiers and stuff like that. That didn't really. That was a weird experience too. So, God, it was that long ago. I didn't think it was that long ago. 2003. Jesus. Yeah. We went to Fort Wayne once together, twice. I don't know. Anyway, went to Fort Wayne for a smaller convention that was for Alliance Distributors. Had a convention for retailers, and I was a retailer at the time, and we went down there. It was okay. There wasn't really games being played. I went to one to sell stuff in Northern Virginia, and it was all right. It was at James Madison University. It was okay, but yeah, not good anymore. Anatomically correct. That's weird. So yeah, I can't. That the one at James Madison, like the most entertaining part was these two hippie lesbian chicks that were dancing to like weird Celtic music, and they were dressed, you know, not like stripper, but they had like flowing gowns, and they were trying to be like, nymphs in the woods and all that stuff. And I was like, well, they're kind of hot. But the only other fun part of that was playing a couple of games with Steve Jackson that he was he was developing them. He was play testing them there, and they were fun. But everything else sucked. Let me know if you're all in Indiana. I'll try to. Yeah. God, I haven't been. My aunt and uncle lived in Sullivan, just south of Terre Haute, and we used to go to Sullivan all the time, and we would have dinner in Terre Haute. I'm sure that place we had dinner at is long gone. The VFW had a fighter jet. I don't know if they still have that. It was the VFW there looked like it was an old church, like it was a big old cathedral, and then in front of it there was this saber jet, and there was like a Holiday Inn hotel or something in Terre Haute at the time, and it was fairly nice. Holiday Inns used to actually be, this was a long time ago, but um, but I don't have the store anymore, so Alliance and me don't, you know, but oh, you can get take. Well, uh, that doesn't it does not seem appealing to me. Um, uh, Not anymore, anyway. Um, I'm not much for public. First of all, on top of everything else, and on top of my own personality quirks, I have some health problems, and they involve some of them are dental. So I'm not one that I'm not really for public consumption. I don't really. I'm not well received by crowds right now for a variety of medical reasons. So that's another consideration. And yeah, and I don't have a lot of money. So the other thing is, I've gotten to the point where I'm comfortable not playing. I really don't have a huge desire to play as a player. I really want to run this Star Wars stuff, something fierce. I'd love to run all of the campaigns I've made just once, which is probably unrealistic because there's like 8 of them. But I'd be comfortable just doing that. Everything else I've either done or, it's just too hard to get it going. So I would just focus on this. I want to, I'd love to sell that stuff I'm making, but that doesn't seem very realistic at this point. So the social outlet for me is over the internet, being a GM, mostly for Star Wars. There's a couple other things I'd like to play and run that I've written, but I'm I'm comfortable with the thing about not about playing is you don't know if you're and I you don't know if you're going to like it. And if you don't like it and then you go, "Oh shit, this is going to go for 4 more hours and I can't get up." Ugh. Yeah. Yeah. They used to come to like way back in the day, Capone and stuff used to come up to Elkhart Lake, where the racetrack is. Before the racetrack was a racetrack, there was a big there. Capone had a lake house there and stuff like that. And Dillinger, he wasn't in Elkhart Lake, but Dillinger had a couple of hideouts in the area up there. Um, he robbed a bank in Racine, so of course he's not mafia, but Capone had a couple of places up north and things like that. But yeah, um, but yeah, we used to eat up there and then go. I don't know if you're familiar with Sullivan, but um, yeah, it's still not very big. But back then it was like 500 people. And it was a really small little town. And my uncle he had worked for J.C. Penney's, and I guess that was in Evansville for a while, like their headquarters or something. And he worked there, and then they kind of phased him out because of his age, and he went and took his money, and he ran a small hardware store in Sullivan for years. Yeah, and retired after that. But that used to be our regular trip down Old 41. You know, we'd kind of bypass Chicago, pick up Old 41 in Gary, and go south, drive through Terre Haute, and then Sullivan was just I don't know 30 or 40 minutes south of there or something like that. But the Alliance thing was in Fort Wayne, and I don't remember where we even stayed. Did we, Tony? We sleep in a car? We might have slept in the car for all I remember. Um, but it was only a couple of days. It was like 3 nights and 2 days or something like that, or 2 nights and 3 days or something like that at the Fort Wayne thing. But yeah, I think we slept in the car. I don't think we got a hotel. Oh, Jasper. Okay, yeah. Oh, we did stay in a motel? I don't remember that. I remember the hotel in Speedway we got the one year we went to Indianapolis. I think we went 2 or 3 times to Indianapolis. And the first one we went to, we were going to stay in the Loop, but it was too expensive or something happened. I don't know whatever happened with that. You canceled it for some reason. So then I went and we reserved reserved this place in in Speedway. And we get into it, and I was like, "Hey, this is bad." I thought, "Oh, this is gonna be a real rat trap." And when I got there at first, I go, "Oh, this isn't as bad as I thought. It doesn't look that bad. Look, hey, there's a nice pool." And you walk down this kind of hallway skywalk that had windows on either side, and you could see the pool. And as I looked at the pool a second time, I realized all the pool furniture was floating inside the pool. The hell is that? So we get to our room, and I want to take a shower. And the fucking knob for the shower is ripped off. There's pieces of the tiling in the place was destroyed. And we went out there and we said, "What the hell happened? What are you're renting us this room? It looks like it's under renovation." And they said, "Well, the people before you were a biker gang, and they had a big party, got drunk, and wrecked the place. So we didn't have anywhere else to go. Everything was booked." And uh, then we turned on the TV because we were just kind of chilling out before dinner. We were going to go into town for dinner, and there was a bank robbery, and uh, something like seven police were injured in a firefight, and two were killed tragically. And they had, like the map where it happened. So, and I looked at the map we had used, and I go, Jesus, that's only 2 blocks away. Ugh. The last time I had been in Speedway, we didn't stay. We only went to the track, and it seemed like a much nicer place. But that was in the 80s. Oh, what a mess. Red Roof Inn, yeah. Well, that one was. It wasn't the worst place we ever stayed at, but it wasn't the worst one was that we went to one place for a race, and the guy was eating something I couldn't identify. It was like a crab, and he had it by a shell. There was like a seashell, and he was eating an animal out of the seashell, and he smelled bad. He was like, some sort of foreigner. And when we went into the room, I was like, oh God, I swear there were maggots in the place or something. It was gross. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was. So, and like I said, the last time I was in Speedway, Rick Mears had set the record in qualifying, and it was a 220 average, and he was racing for Penske, and his car was that yellow Pennzoil, so like 87, maybe something like that, 86, and it would seem like a nice place, but it had certainly gone downhill. And we went into a liquor store, and everybody in that liquor store looked pissed off we were there. And they were very gangster looking. And I was dressed as I normally dress at that time, which was khaki shorts, no socks, Docksider boat shoes, you know, an Izod t-shirt and shit. I couldn't look more different than everybody else in that fucking place. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah, and what the hell are you doing here? That kind of deal. So, but we bought some. What was that stuff I bought? It was like motor oil beer. I used to drink real heavy beer. Anyway, right. Well, I just not thinking. Obviously times change and communities get different and all that. So I didn't think of it, but I was just thinking, well, last time I was in Speedway, it was a nice clean area. It was nice, nice sunny day. Everything looked very upbeat and you know, ooh. Oh yeah, that was you in there, huh? Yeah. Oh, the guy selling looked like Biggie Smalls, and he just and as soon as I walked through the door, he just gave me this like, who the fuck are you doing here? And no service, just Tootie upset that I was there, a couple guys out in the parking lot smoking menthols and looking like they want to jump me and shit. And but that was on the way out of town. I grabbed a sixer of whatever it was, Spaten or whatever the hell it was, and I used to drink that heavy German beer, and we drove. And he was so sick that even after having four of those things, either I had to take over. I had to drive a little bit because he was starting to the pneumonia was making him such that he was sweating and stuff like that. So we sat on the side of the road for a while. So I tried to catch my breath and all that. Don't do that, kids. But it was getting dark and we wanted to put some mileage on. So I tried to do a emergency sober up and, it was a mess. We always, when we do trips, it turns into a bunch of messes and stupidity. So, yeah, I don't, um, we didn't do a lot of searching around Speedway. We, we, we slept there and we got up and we went into the small little downtown area Indianapolis downtown is really small. It's like, and there's this weird like space it's kind of a weird arrangement. I had never seen anything like it before. I'd never been to Indianapolis proper before. So, it was a kind of a different deal. Milwaukee's so much different. And, so, uh, and the other thing was that's not really a big deal, but we had to wait in line. I never had to wait in line, all that sort of stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't remember why we left. I remember why we left the one time. I kind of I was having some health problems and I didn't feel like I should have been there in the first place. And so we ended up leaving after that deal. But I thought we went 3 times. Maybe it was only two. Um, but I do remember at one point I finally did get inside the damn building and walk around a little bit. And I thought, this just isn't. It had a very antiseptic vibe compared to Milwaukee. Milwaukee, there was cool stuff going on everywhere. When you went to that one, it was just a bunch of, nobody was in costume. Um, there wasn't anything set up that looked fun. It just looked like this convention center. And, you know, in Milwaukee, it had you know, people would bring like banners for their games and stuff like that. And everything looked very unique. In Indianapolis, it was just all, here's a table with some people sitting at it and hundreds of that. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't look the same. Yeah, we did go 3 times. Okay, that's right. Um, we didn't go any bars that I remember. I do remember buying a lot of beer. We didn't buy beer on the way in. We bought beer in Chicago on the way in, and I drank half of it on the way down. But we bought the beer on the way out too. Um, the one trip. Yeah, 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 yeah. It was different after the army, after the service. I didn't have any problem with Gen Con and the crowds and dealing with the occasional uppity dude or something like that. But um, Indianapolis was after the army, and my whole personality and tolerance for crowds and stuff had completely metaf metamorphosized into a lack of patience, and I not as social as I used to be. Yeah, that we did go back. That's right. We went the third time, and we went to the place on the loop that we thought we were going to go to in the. Yeah, right. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, we went back. We said we're not going to Speedway because we don't want to have to dodge bullets or whatever. So we went out to this other place, and that was a longer drive into town and all that sort of stuff. Um, but most of it's me. Like I say, my I just had a Had a lot of things happen between Gen Con Milwaukee and Gen Con Indianapolis personally that, so just kind of changed things. But but Milwaukee was very convenient. Um, I didn't drive a car. I got a ride. Uh, and I got curb service on Kilbourne to go into the convention center. I pre-registered. I had a badge. I walked right past the line. I always pre-registered for my games. So all I had to do was go to Will Call and talk to Mike Martin, the VP of sales, and I was in. And just that was it. Everybody else is standing in these long lines, filling out their registration and planning their games and all that stuff, and I had all that done because I had a string to pull. So, and every the convention center is surrounded, at least on three sides, by restaurants and bars, and the hotel that houses most of the convention people, where there's games going on in the lobby and the skywalk, and all you have to do is walk across the street to get something to eat and hear some good music, or go to the bar that we went to, which was a little more seedy. So, in Indianapolis, you had to haul your ass around. I remember driving out to a cousin's to get lunch one time. It was like a 20-minute ordeal to get out there from the convention center. There really wasn't anything near the convention center. It was a very small area comparatively to Milwaukee. Milwaukee's not a big town, but it just the layout was different. But we missed a part of the afternoon driving around looking for a fast food joint. Yeah, I was a little bit more of the nerd vibe. By the time Indianapolis came, I was kind of a different thing, you know. But like I say, my personality had personal things. Uh, but yeah, it sure was convenient when you could just walk right through the door and jump in. That was great. Oh, is there? Yeah, it just seemed very empty. I don't mean when I say empty, I don't mean empty of people. There was plenty of people there at Indy. But it didn't have any soul to it. It was just a bunch of tables with curtains and shit, and the people were different, you know. Were there weirdos that you didn't want to deal with in Milwaukee? Yeah. Um, but they were the minority in it. Like, the new kind of gamer was all like, ugh, I don't know, these people are just bizarre. I don't want to touch them. Um, is it there? I don't remember anything. And the one year we went, there was a big football game going on. It was like the first preseason. So the Colt, like I literally ran into the Colts. They were being they were doing a thing where they come out the tunnel and all that, and and I could they were right there. So that was going on. So there was whole crowds of people that were kind of mixing in with that, and it made traffic difficult walking around in the place and all that too. And then one year there was a car show next door. And in some ways that was more interesting. They had the Batmobile and a bunch of shit down there. We walked around in there for a while because the games were really boring. But I don't know. I Now whenever I think of convention, I just keep thinking of all the blue-haired freaks that screech about every damn thing, and I go, there's plenty of those people around. I don't want to deal with that. So, and then a lot of the people on Twitter that go to those conventions have demonstrated that me and them wouldn't we don't get along. Like I go, they say shitty things about me or put me on block on Twitter. What the hell am I going to say to them when I see them face to face? Is it just going to be a bunch of people, talking shit and getting into fights or what? So I, you know, I it appears that Rob doesn't care for me very much. Um, I don't like that Griffith guy, you know, because he started getting, you know, shitty with me. Um, there's a lot of guys that just made mouthy comments on online. So, you know, I want to deal with them. Well, yeah, I mean, they would occasionally would break down in Milwaukee, but largely they seemed okay. But the thing was, is it was in August, like in the 80s when it first started in Milwaukee. Those years, a lot of those years were particularly hot in August. And wow, you know, somebody go take a walk down a couple of blocks to get some food, and they'd come back into the place, and they were stinking. And of course, Wisconsin's got more than their fair share of heft in people. So there was that could cause some traffic jams on it. So I see some chicks with three axe handle wide asses that would back up a whole line of people in a hallway and shit like that. And the Kilbourne Avenue area where you take the escalators to get to the next floor. They had a mezzanine where there's a lot of games going on up there, and that could get real traffic jam. In fact, a lot of times you get into that, and there'd be people just going moo because people were just packed in so tight. In Milwaukee, I I, I think yeah, they had uh um I think that was done. Um, what the hell was the name of that wing? It was in whatever. There was three buildings, and the true dungeon was in the farthest building away. You had to take a long walk, but it wasn't very big or probably not all that well done, but because it was kind of stuffed in this other place. But yeah, we did do it once. Yeah, Mo, you weren't with me. That was one of the first. Uh-oh, I just got a neighbor pound on the wall, so I got to keep my voice down. That they, but yeah, they did that in the first couple years in Milwaukee, and and then they had laser tag, but that was on the basketball court. It was in Mecca, the basketball court. Yeah, yeah. So then they took all that stuff down, and they just had extra gaming when extra gaming on the basketball court and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, but Milwaukee was just I don't know, just had a much more appealing vibe. Uh, Meeting Scotty in the bar, that was probably one of the greatest uh, Gen Con uh, memories for me. Was I went in I went into there was a bar that overlooked the main hall where all the or the great hall where they had all the demos and the uh, booths to buy stuff. And I went in there to get one beer was my idea. And I went into the place, and everybody in the place was all jammed into one corner of the bar. And they were all standing in a crowd. And I thought, Jesus, is there a fight or something? And I went a little closer, and it was Doohan. And he was just sitting in it on a bar stool, leaned up against the wall on the last. part of the bar, and everybody was gathered, like a ton of people gathered around him. He was sipping on a cocktail, and he was just telling Star Trek stories and all this shit. It was awesome. So I blew off my afternoon game and just sat there and listened to him. And he was great. So yeah, that was one of the best. I I never stayed in line to meet a lot of those people. I did one year, but it was like, Christ, you miss half a day if you do that. So I did it um, for Sulu and Nichelle Nichols because I had a massive crush on Nichelle Nichols. So I did it for them, and I was gonna do it for um, Colonel Deering. What's her name, Gray or whatever, because she's also a super hottie. But I was gonna miss all the good games, so I just kind of jumped out of the line and gave up on it. I was at Gen Con during a motorcycle convention. Yeah, yeah. Was that in Milwaukee or in Indy? Yeah. Um, but maybe they started with but the years I was at the Indianapolis thing, there didn't really seem to be a lot of people LARPing or in costume at all. Whereas at Milwaukee, there was a shit ton of that stuff. Everybody was, no, not everybody, but there was a lot of people. They had a whole parade of it, you know. But they ruined it in later years because, oh, I got to keep my voice down. They ruined it in later years because they the Karens came in and said, "Well, you can't carry fake guns and all that stuff," and that just kind of blew. You know, nobody could do Boba Fett or anything good because you couldn't have a weapon. Yeah, Erin Gray, that's it. Yeah, I as much as I mean, she was so gorgeous, and but I was like, I'm not. You know, first of all, I always heard that Gil Gerard was kind of an asshole, and so I didn't really care about him. And it was you were in a line. First it was Gil, and then it was Aaron, and I didn't. I was like, I'm missing all the cool shit. I gotta go. So I didn't do that. I did get to see Carradine though, David Kung Fu. What an itty bitty little motherfucker. Um, he was all right, but he's real quiet. You know, he was a weird dude. And I met for Lou Ferrigno, a couple other cool people, but the Scotty thing was the cool shit. And Sulu, meeting him was kind of a, it wasn't really that pleasant. It wasn't. He was too. It was too much like a business transaction. His husband was there, and he was kind of being a dick to people, and hey, move along and stay in line, and he was kind of being an asshole and treating everybody like it was like you were a bunch of school children. So it kind of ruined the vibe. Whereas Nichelle Nichols, she's just sitting there and being sexy. Um, and she was super nice, you know. And it was she was starting to she wasn't super old, so she still looked, you know, attractive, but it wasn't 1983 either, But um, but other people, I just was like, I can't, I don't want to do that, Um, yeah, well, he really lost his mind with Trump for sure, you know. So, but it was too transactional. They wanted money if you wanted a picture. They wanted money if you took a, if you wanted an autograph. And they kept and his boy. I don't think they were married at the time, but his boyfriend was real handsy and kind of pushy. And hey man, I'm just here to have some fun. Back the fuck off. So I didn't. I was gonna leave because of that, but I was like, no, no, no. I really had a thing for Uhura, so I had to see her. So, um, so I never really got into the whole. I went to a couple of the forums and listened to things, but mostly I just wanted to play more games, so I never signed up for a lot of that stuff. Yeah, yeah, this was a long time ago. Like I said, she wasn't. She was starting to show a little age, but nothing. She was still looking damn good. I don't remember what year. It was like 87. 86, something like that. So it probably had to be 86. Um, yeah, yeah. There was a couple like that. I mean, Hulu, Sulu wanted money. Yeah, fuck that. So I didn't ask for anything. I just shook his hand, and that was it. Um, but people were complaining about his boyfriend because he was just being such a dick. Um, yeah, but I wouldn't pay for that shit. Hell no. I'm not that into it. Um, didn't even think about asking Doohan because he was just there talking. It wasn't like you were on the other end of some desk, in some line. Like it was much more natural and unformal. There he is, just sitting, like you were at the bar with a buddy and listening to him tell all these stories. It was awesome. So other people that mean nothing to everybody else. I got to meet all the TSR guys, Sutherland and Rob and Gary and Dave and um, you know those kind of guys. Uh, Frank Chadwick and uh, Jim Dunnigan and all a bunch of people that are designers. Um, Anderson, the guy that did a lot of Star Wars writing. Bill Smith, Costigan. He's a big game designer for Star Wars. Um, People like that. So that's cool. I even got to play with Larry Bond. I got to play uh, Harpoon with him. Mark Miller, I met him. Um, the reason I met Mark is because he kind of stepped in when Chadwick started yelling at me, like, you know, sorry, he's kind of a grouch about certain things. And then I got talking to Mark, who was a lot more courteous. I bet you yeah, I've never met rock people um, that I recall. Can't think of any musical people I ever met, but I have heard that he's a super down to earth guy. So, uh, yeah, that would be cool. Oh yeah, yeah, that would be yeah. Um, yeah, I never met anybody like that. No movie stars other than the Star Trek, nerdy people or anything like that. Uh, but yeah, it was such a fun place. So, oh, that's why. And 27 people on Twitter have seen flip by my thing. That's all I get, 27 views for this video. I'm paying $8 a month and I get 27 views. I was getting more views when it was uh, Jack. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't think of anything else. Well, anyway, is there anybody else out there wanting to hear about the? Oh, we lost one. That's probably Tony. He probably went to bed. Did want to hear about the game anymore that I'm making? Probably not. So, oh well. Yeah. Oh, maybe I can at least. What did I put out? Oh, here I put this out. Here's a part of it on Twitter I put out for people to look at. Let's see. Uh-oh. Is Twitter down? Hey, people liked it. Here, I'll show this to you. Oh, um, let's see. Where'd it go? Okay, here we go. Let's get the share on. Okay, that's all right. Oh, wait, I gotta hit that stupid button. 1 second. Oh, Christ. Always buttons that have to be hit. Okay, there we go. So, uh, you make up 3x5s, for records. And then, oh, this is the wrong thing. This is the screen clip part. Okay, you can't see everything. But, uh, I put out the wrong thing. Shit. It's always the wrong button. Get it right here. Let's get the right one. Yeah, here we go. Alrighty. So it's a step-by-step deal. This is for the war game units, but I've got similar things for the monsters and vehicles. So you pick whether it's foot, crew served, some sort of shock kit just means an add-on. Um, Lance and Saber is like a form of cavalry. There'll be a glossary too, but everything has a points value, and the total is your combat value. Excuse me, got a cough. Yeah, I can't stop the politics. And Elon just came on and he's like, if you want to see only the stuff you want to see and not see politics, hit the For You page. Does this dude ever read anything? Because that's where all the politics go, That's all my For You page is. Um, but yeah, I went up to the full $40 a month because they had a sale on it. And it didn't. Here's what happened. Like if I would make some snarky reply about politics, I would get you know, tons of views. But if I would reply to even a fairly large account like Sandy Peterson and make a game thing, it would be jack squat. And I mean, it would be, and if I posted my own stuff, it would be even worse. It could be as low as 20. And for $40, that was all you were getting. Yeah. So, and then I canceled it because it was going to jump to $40 a month. It was on sale for $16 a month. And then I knew what was happening. As soon as I canceled, it was like vindictive. It got even worse. And I'm not paying it again, you know. So he's been a bullshit artist about the whole thing. Yeah. Well, and right. And then if something big comes up, then that's all you get. You know, like when it was the Epstein stuff first came out, that was all you saw. It was pictures of Trump with Epstein and all that crap. So he's full of it. And it just I'll probably end up just not using it anymore. I went to Substack, and that's great. Substack does everything Twitter does, but for free. You can do, in fact, more. You can do audio podcasts. You can do live video. You can post video. You can micro blog. It has a little like Twitter-like thing, and you can add images and all that stuff. And then it has the full blogging where you can write whole big articles. And it has a For You page, and if you turn on the For You page, you get all sorts of weird shit that you didn't ask for. But if you turn on the follower page, you only get follower stuff. Whereas if you put on the following page on Twitter, you still seem to get crap that you didn't ask for from people that you're not following. And everything on my Substack, as long as I keep it on following, is 100% RPG stuff. The only time I see political stuff is when some doofus that says he's posting about RPG suddenly decides to, make some asshole comment about, and then you just block them. But it works 100 times better. And they don't make their money off of advertising. They make their money they take a cut of the subscriptions that you sell. So if you can sell subscriptions, to your content, and then they take a percentage of it. So they don't care about trying to get people to go viral or any of that shit. They just want more people to see your stuff that want to see it. Because the more people that see your stuff, the more likely you are to get more subscriptions, and then they get a cut from that. It's awesome. So I'm the only reason I don't stop with Twitter is I've got 1,600 people, and I've been trying to get some people involved in or interested in my games, but that looks like it's not going to happen anyway. So I'm ready to hit the delete on it. But yeah, what a waste of money. But anyway, yeah, that's the so it's like Warhammer or something like that, where you can, or build your custom squads using points and things like that. But this is all, whoops, this is all about combat value. So once you price it out, that's your stat for the combat. So if you want to make, you can do that with an individual, or you can do it with a unit. Okay, that's a soldier. All right, well, how many soldiers are in a squad? 10? Okay, so then take that point value and multiply it by 10. That's how much a squad costs. If you want a division, well, how many are in your division? In America, could be 25,000 people. Okay, well then if they're all the same kind of soldier, then multiply that by 25,000. So it scales, Did you search me? I would appreciate to know how you did that, because it will tell me how badly they've censored me. Um, you've been following me for a while though, right? So you found me on X, but it was a little bit better. Like in 2023, it was okay, but I could see it start to pretty pretty quickly, and then it never really came back. It was okay. Um, the, Here's the thing: the best tweet, according to my analytics, the best tweet that the highest performing tweet that I've ever had on Twitter in the 6 years that I've had that particular account was me putting a picture of the banana splits and saying, "Remember these guys." That was anything that I've ever said about gaming got jack shit. But a picture of a bunch of guys in dog suits from 1968, everybody loved that. The second best one was me saying Americans think football means, Americans don't know that soccer is football in other countries. I had a bunch of Brazilians just absolutely love that one. I got 3 days worth of getting notifications about. I got 250 likes out of that. And it was just some offhanded shit I said when I was bored and had nothing better to do. So Grok told me, I don't like Grok. I don't believe it half the time, but it told me, he goes, "Oh yeah, we're totally nerfing niche stuff. If you're in a niche account, or if you're in it like RPG is considered niche. It's not prioritized by the algorithm. You're all getting nerfed, except for Sandy Peterson because he's a credible source because he printed a game that everybody knows. So Sandy's immune. He gets good reach, but everybody else gets jack shit, including Rob. I wonder why Rob doesn't get good reach. Well, Rob makes a lot of political commentary, so whole thing's a joke. I um when I paid the full price, which was actually a sale price, but when I got the top tier, the premium plus, it gives you super grok and it thinks a lot harder and takes a little bit more detail. So I started talking to Grok and it told me all that sort of stuff. And and then I cross-referenced it with other statements about the algorithm and things like that that I saw from GitHub and places like that. But I didn't say jack about Sandy Peterson to it. It offered that up to me and said, "This Sandy's getting good because you know he's he's considered a credible source by the algorithm." And then I went and looked at. I mean, I didn't talk to Rob about it. I don't think Rob cares what his reach is, but I went and looked at his views and stuff like that just over a period of a few months. Just and they were doodly squat, but he's always ranting about, you know, right wing stuff. Not hardcore, but a little bit. So I don't think the thing likes conservative politics. They can say what they want about Elon and all that. I still think it's moderated and programmed by people who are leftists. So, um, but it at the $8 level, Grok doesn't say very much or get very detailed. It'll just tell me don't log in for a week and then don't say mean things and your account will get better. That's all it'll say. But at the $40 level, it spewed all this shit out about how the algorithm works. So so that was pretty interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah. It for a while it was telling me. Oh really? Okay. For a while it was telling me that war game was considered the word war game was considered like bad, like that was too violent, and it was nerfing me because I was using the hashtag wargaming. It doesn't say that anymore, but it was telling me that a couple of months ago. Jesus, this fucking thing. So it's just a joke, and he's such a whiny. I don't like Elon, and he's always changing things. He's not solid in the head. So I never did like him. I don't like Jack either at all. I mean, I really hate Jack. There's a whole different level with Jack and the stuff that he did. But I think Elon's just kind of a bullshit artist and a shyster. But Jack's a nefarious piece of shit. Yeah, yeah. Well, and see, that's the thing. Now, if I, for one of the mistakes I made is I was before Elon, I was doing okay talking about wargaming stuff. And then the 2020 shit came, the BLM shit. And I knew people that personally that were affected by the Kenosha riots. And I was so angered by all that, I started remarking on it. And bad idea. And it started to go down from there. But um, I I of course picked up a bunch of political people because I would make these comments in political um, statements. So if I changed my account to start talking about politics, it probably would do a little bit better. But all the right-wing stuff is being nerfed anyway. So it's a big mess. And then another thing happened with me is I get a lot of people that follow me. That, like one guy, oh, I just follow all veterans. You said you're a veteran, so I'll follow you. But he gives zero shits about anything I have to say, so he puts me on mute. Well, that's actually bad. That's worse for the algorithm than just not following at all. And and once they put you on mute, you can't even contact them to say, "Hey, don't do that." And they're trying to be nice, but it ends up being a detriment. So I've got that problem. Plus, in 2018, before I started talking about games at all, I was hardcore into the whole Trump stuff, and they were out there just the leftists were out there just blocking you all. They had bots going, and they were Russian spy hunter accounts and all that, and I was getting put on lists, and I didn't realize it. I didn't know you could look to see if you were on lists. I couldn't find that feature, so I was put on a bunch of lists where they were just hundreds of people were following the list simply to block people. So that screwed me up bad. Then, when I bought the blue check, I found out that somebody had written a script that will instantly block everybody with a blue check. And they were giving that around because they hated Elon selling the blue check to people instead of using it as a means of verification. So I'm blocked so much by so many people. Then a bunch of RPG people started blocking me, like the browsers and stuff like that. So the account is completely boned, and I that's what Grok finally told me. But it said if you do this for 30 days, you might get it to unscrew itself. I don't think it. I think it's full of shit. So I might quit. But I'm on day 7, and I'm not. There's no improvement at all. Um, they've been saying that for a couple of years. That some guy. Well, the last guy that took over, they said was going to be more even-handed on CNN, and that lasted about 2 months, where and they went right back to Anderson Cooper being insane and all that sort of stuff. So I don't have any faith in that sort of stuff. But I don't listen to any of them. I don't listen to Hannity or anybody on Fox or anything like that. The only thing Fox is good for is TNA. There's good-looking chicks to watch. That that's it. I don't believe any of them people. But so the account, and then people are like, well, go get just delete this account and start over. Two problems. It does know your IP. I've already done that once. It didn't make that much of a difference, and it knew who I was when I signed back in. It didn't matter that I had a new account. It knew the IP. So that won't fix anything. Plus, if you do that now, you've abandoned over 1,600 followers that may or may not ever find you again because you're so heavily oppressed. So, and I'm not going to go buy another router just to, you know, get fed another. I looked it up, and Spectrum changes IPs very rarely, months at a time, and I'm not going to fart around, with all that. So I gave up. I'm just going to give up. I've gotten more out of Substack in the last 3 weeks than I've gotten out of Twitter in the last 3 months. Anyway, as far as back and forth and stuff like that. So, and so I'll just do that. And the other thing is, if I don't care about selling product through Twitter, then I don't care about reach on Twitter. And I'll just say whatever the hell I want about whatever I want. If they ban me, they ban me. I don't give a shit. And then I'll just go off. So, oh, and the other thing that really fucked me up is I was so mad about Kenosha. I started posting Kenosha footage of the riots. And the minute I started that bam, they banned me for like 6 months out of that. I got a 3 month ban and a 6 month ban, and Grok said, "Well, shit, that alone will pretty much destroy your reputation with the algorithm." So, and that was completely government. Yeah, yeah. And you know, too bad for Bill because I know he was really upset because he makes a lot out of the thing and all that. Um, I I don't I talked to Double D once and he didn't seem to be all that friendly with me in the first place, but I really didn't like what he did with Shadow Dark, so I don't even listen to him anymore. I kind of gave him the bird and all that. But um, it, Grok did say that to me. As much as I take what he said with a great, what Grok says with a great assault, a heavy one, and I looked around, and it does seem like the majority of people are having that problem, but not everybody. There's a like Corpse Kings. He's one that doesn't seem to be affected by any detrimental stuff. Um, there's a couple of RPG accounts that get thousands of views every time they post something. Why they get an exemption, I don't know. At first I thought, well, hey, maybe it's because they're paying the top tier, and that turned out not to be the case. So I don't know what they're doing. So, um, but yeah, and then you get people that go, who cares? It doesn't matter. I don't give a shit. Well, good for you. I'm trying to sell a product, so it kind of matters. But it's not going to matter after soon. It won't matter to me at all, and I'll just. Well, you see what Double D. Here's the thing. Uh, Double D spends most of his, at least when I was watching, I'm sure it's still happening. It spent most of his time kind of accentuating wokeness, right? Like he made that list, of the woke and all that. And then the Shadow Dark thing comes out, and he starts telling people that they're petty and jealous of success if they don't like Shadow Dark. And the chick that made it is, like Brian Stelter level leftist. And and on top of that, she was running bots to attack people that criticized Shadow Dark when she was trying to push it. And then everybody's like, well, it must be successful. Look how much money it made on Kickstarter. Well, I found out that the majority of the money that was put into her Kickstarter came from her daddy, who's got a lot of bucks. So it was all, it was just this forced, contrived thing, and it really pisses me off. But what really made me mad was people who he wasn't the only one that came out saying that. Well, if you don't like Shadow Dark, you're just a petty, resentful person. I don't know if I don't like it. All I wanted to know was more about it. So that whole episode really pissed me off, and that was one of my bigger problems because people were so caustic about it that I started blocking them because I go, well, if you're just going to sit there and try to badmouth me like I'm some adult school child, I don't want to hear you. Well, then the cross blocks started happening and all that sort of stuff, and nothing plummets your score with Twitter more than being blocked. And so that's why this account shit, it's useless. Right. He I don't know what he's doing where he's just everywhere. And why doesn't he get heat for the fact that he's largely uses AI artwork? Why doesn't Miguel get more shit for the AI artwork? I put him on block too because he started becoming an asshole, and I thought, I was backing you up. Not with money, but and then they got shitty with me, and I think, yeah, these people are all shit. Hey, Alma, how's it going? Um, yeah, yeah. For a while, we were actually talking about it. Now we kind of drifted off into small talk, but yeah. Um, if you want to hear more about it, we can switch to that. I just like the idea of putting a little bit of personality into my toy soldiers and mixing the two up makes it interesting. So Dave here, Omega, he's the only other guy on my server that wants to play D&D with us. Alma wants to play D&D too. It, if we find, I'll run it. I don't hate it that much or anything like that. But um, if we get you know need at least 4 or 5 people for it, right? Yeah. See both sides wargaming and RPG. I think I think that one of the points I brought up with it almost was that if you the separation between the two um, is largely commercial, came about because of commercial marketing. That the history of wargaming has always been having a referee, a third party, um, and trying to put yourself in a role as a combat commander. And what happened as time went on, more and more people looked at playing a referee as being a passive person in a hobby where you want to actively push around and command the toy soldiers, or the chits, and it was work. Whereas I got to work while 2 of my friends play the game I wanted to play in the first place. So commercial war game products stopped talking about using uh, a referee because of that. Oh yeah, yeah, kriegsspiel and the beginning of it. Yeah, we always played that way. It'll change your life. If you ever played a war game and go, kind of boring, or I can see all these pieces. It looks like a giant chess game. You add in a referee. It becomes an RPG real fast, and it's a much better experience. Now you don't know, if the enemy's hiding, you don't know it. You can get ambushed instead of some. That was the other thing about war games became more complex because when they took the GM out, you had to start writing rules and procedures to handle the things that the refs used to handle on their own. And that increased the volume of the rules. You can have an organic ambush. You can have casualty counts and all that stuff without having to do a lot of paperwork as a player if you have a GM that'll do it for you. And you have limited information. Now the battlefield has a fog of war, If you can't see into those woods, how do you know there isn't a tank in there hiding trying to shoot you, shit like that, right? So the tension goes through the roof and it becomes a much better experience. It's really fun that way. Yeah, he or she is the, I call it the physics engine. Yeah, and they determine, if your units can see the enemy units because they've got their own control map. Yeah, yeah. And so it really becomes RP. Plus, and then you add in, let's try to personify your troops so they have some personality. Maybe if you're playing a skirmish war game where you only got 10 or 15 troops, make every trooper have a name and slightly different characteristics like an RPG party. Now they become meaningful characters that you're invested in instead of just some cannon fodder to throw at the hill and stuff like that. Uh, you know, um, to I could see that outlook, and I think it did because that's when they started pulling out the referee, and people thought it was a way to make the game more palatable and approachable on the sales front, and they kind of weren't wrong, but I think that newer war game people didn't realize what they were missing by by eliminating or not having a ref. You know, it's incredible that way. So it's kind of like playing. Exactly. Yeah, all those RTSs where everything's black until you explore, it's exactly like that. Right. hmm Thank you. Yeah, I absolutely, um, you know, it's my direction is that I started playing war games long before I started playing RPGs. So I came at it from that direction too. But um, but when you look back at history beyond Gary and Dave, you know, and D&D and all that stuff, and look at, I got to talk to Gary, not very long, Not very often. He wasn't a friend of mine or anything like that, but I did have this opportunity to have a conversation with Gary Gygax about this, and he talked about the people that they were reading as kids. You know, the names, the authors, and they were largely war game authors from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, mostly the 50s and 60s, given their age. And when you look at those guys, and then look at who influenced those dudes, you start really going back into history. You go way back to the late 1700s, and you see people making up their own worlds and playing within them, like RPG. And then Kriegspiel, which is really the granddaddy of all this stuff. And I've got articles and videos that make that case and detail it. I've got it on Substack and on this channel here and all sorts of stuff. Um, you see how they really are the same thing. Just you know, but that's really where it all started. And Gary and Dave just took. And this isn't putting them down. This isn't belittling their achievement in any way, but it's the difference between innovation and invention. They didn't invent, they innovated. And they just took what people were doing and twisted it around a little bit and made something slightly different, you know. And and of course, they had the benefit of having investors that turned their company into a corporation where everything else was kind of a small limited liability uh, system. So, and Satanic Panic. The Satanic Panic may have been ugly and silly, but it in some ways it's true that any publicity is good publicity because it really did make there's people like guys like me and my friends that go, oh, it's naughty. They don't like it. The authority people think it's bad for you. Let's go see what it's all about. It must be good then, right? You know, shit like that. Um, she says, why can't we have both? That's what I don't. Oh, yeah, well, you can. And it was. It is. Think about it. If you're playing a war game, what are you doing? You're assuming the role of a commander on the battlefield. It is role playing. And like I was saying earlier, we did everything we could to make it thematic and immersive in a role play. We weren't just, pushing chits around. We would get into this shit, man. We would, we weren't wearing uniforms or anything. We weren't LARPing because that seemed like it was kind of disrespectful and weird. But we would make, you know, the table look like a command center, and we would pour over maps and we would write orders and we would, we were doing the whole nine yards. In fact, I was telling the guys earlier, I had a disabled weapon. It wasn't a functional gun, but it was a real gun that had been disabled, and we would put that on the table because it just looked like like the kind of army headquarters shit that would happen. We stuff like that, and so it was role playing. That's why the teenager that finally gets to drink and smoke when they hit 21 dies of liver failure. You tell them, no, 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 no. Right. Well, I grew up in a German family, a German immigrant family, and I started, the legal age for drinking over there was 16. So they let me start drinking here, not heavily, but I could have social and beers at dinner and stuff like that, 16. And the theory for that is understand how inebriated can affect functionality so that, like you say, you don't go on some crazy bender and get yourself and other people hurt because you've been wondering about it for so long. But D&D and all that stuff was kind of like, oh, you can't look at that. It's got naughty pictures in it. Oh, really? Well, I'm 14 years old and I'm a dude and I'm going through puberty and shit. I want to see, all right, let's take a look at that. Oh, rock and roll, you don't like that? Well, it's too bad. I love Black Sabbath. So it had everything that was the finger in the face of all the adults telling you you can't have fun because it's bad for you. That's why first edition. Bill Silly talks about it all the time. Bill says it was the Black Sabbath and the Hard Edge and and second edition was all sanitized because of the Satanic Panic. But that's what it was like playing in '78. Smoke filled room, bunch of beers on the table, maybe a little something, something to smoke, you know, a little Judas Priest, Black Sabbath, that kind of stuff playing, really cool shit like that. Well, like I say, yeah, my people were immigrants, and I mean, I was born over there, but I was knee high to a grasshopper and all that shit. So, but but they had kind of that old world religious bent, and when you look at some of the things in the monster manual for first edition, you know, succubi and lords of the circles of hell, they start touching on some old school Christian stuff, especially old world stuff. So um, they start looking at it like, well, this is going to influence you in the wrong way. You're going to take the wrong direction. So if you're younger and you don't know or remember, this kind of thing happened with Elvis Presley and with the Beatles too. There were gobs of Americans that had large rallies, including burning albums of both those artists because they felt that they were influences that were negative. So it's kind of a cycle with Americans. Not all Americans, not every, and other countries do it too, but it was kind of that kind of deal, just redone for this. And there was other things going on. There was a lot of the hard rock in the 80s that people thought were contributing to tendencies of self-destruction in children and stuff like that. And they were having um, congressional hearings on it. In fact, Ozzy Osbourne was one that was raked over the coals because he had that song titled "Suicide Solution," which was a totally anti-suicide song. But um, they drug him in and hey, your music's hurting kids and all that sort of stuff. So it kind of dovetailed with the D&D shit too. Oh, you were born in the 90s? Okay, yeah, yeah, this is all old school shit. So yeah, but that was what it was. We hard rock, a little bit of sexual innuendo. Um, we weren't doing, rape scenes in the thing or whatever, but if you open up um, the first edition D&D Monster Manual and look up succubus, it's it's a it's a topless, good-looking girl. The they took a model, a picture of a model, and drew her, and then put a head from a different model on her. It was meant to look smoking hot. So, and for a young kid, even a black ink line drawing with boobies, that was, oh yeah, we get to look at that. It's better than National Geographic, that sort of stuff. So yeah, right, yeah. So that was the hard edge with it, but it was as much wargaming as anything else. Everybody who says there's some huge distinction between the two, really, what's the difference if it's 5 men versus a dragon, or 15 men versus a machine gun pit or something? It's all the same mechanics, you know, the 2 hit resolution, damage, you know, armor penetration to some degree, that all that stuff. There was, like THACO. THACO is not something that was invented by D&D for D&D. That was a system that was co-opted from old war games for D&D. And that's why when you hear old guys go, "Oh, you sissies, you don't get it," and all that stuff, what they're forgetting is a lot of us already knew that system before it showed up in D&D. So it was real easy to pick it up. You know, it's like, Alma, you'll get this because you're a retro gamer. For me, THACO, it's for for younger people, it's like going from the joystick on the Atari 2600 to the gamepad on the Nintendo Entertainment System. I could rock. When I played Defender on the 2600, I was kicking ass. When I played Defender on the Nintendo, I could barely fly the damn ship because everything was different, because I hadn't picked up on the NES. You know, yeah, yeah, that's the vibe I get. Yeah. So, so that was the thing. But it really is all the same. And then when you get into mass battles with Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, um, or even original Dungeons and Dragons with chainmail, that's a war game. Mass battles are just a war game. Same thing. Yeah. Dave says, my mom bought I, Claudius from PBS for my brother on one Christmas, and she thought it was a historical documentary. And I remember saying, oh my God, my mom bought me porn. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right. You kind of get that muscle memory from the different controllers. And if they're not in the same place, it's a completely different, it's a completely different vibe, and you got to get used to it. So I hated the NES at first because I'd go over to my friend's house, and when we played on the Atari, I was largely beating him. Not so with the Nintendo. I was frustrated as hell. You know, neither one is all that complicated. It was just it's what you learn on. Oh, post, yeah. Um, what did I get? Oh, I uh, I remember my aunt walking in on me and my sister's boyfriend when we were playing San Andreas, and she wasn't real happy to see uh, you know uh, GTA San Andreas. When you slap you know the prostitute and the money comes out, we were absolutely in tears at that, and she was not fucking amused at all. Because like, she was really mad, um, and kind of questioned. But by then we were adults, so it wasn't like we were going to get our stuff taken away. But she just came in and to say hi because she was visiting, and she saw that, and she's like, I thought you were raised better than that. And I was like, hey man, we didn't know it was just funny. Oh God, it was funny. She was really pissed. But we played games like Carmageddon. Well, last time I talked about this, there was a game, and almost being a retro. You should look this up. Death Race from 1976 or 77. It was one of the first upright video games that I've ever seen. It was black and white pixel uh, racing scroller, but it was kind of like Night Driver. But in this one, you were running over pedestrians for points. No, no, that was later. But yeah, I had that one too. I had it with my Acer. There was a back in the 70s, there was an upright arcade game for it called Death Race, and it got a lot of people mad. That was one that got folks. Yeah, check it out on Wikipedia. It's an old upright game. But and then there was a movie called Death Race 2000 with David Carradine. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's one of the first. It's real old. It was just steering wheel and accelerator, black and white, scroll up and down, but you were just running people over for points. People got real mad about that. And then there was one called Satan's Hollow. That was in the early 80s, and that was part of the same Satanic Panic thing. When that came out, it was called. They actually changed the name of the thing because of that. But it was first called Satan's Hollow. I think you can get that for NES, but it was originally an upright arcade game. Um, but yeah, the Satanic. There's another thing. Some people always say, well, the Satanic Panic didn't affect me, and it really didn't seem like that big of a deal. And there was some people like that just it didn't bother. I mine went after it for a while until they found out that my uncle was working with TSR. And when he goes, yeah, don't worry about this stuff. It's not that big of a deal. He kind of calmed my mom down on it. My grandmother wouldn't stop, but like I said, she was old country. She was an old Danish woman. She hated it because she wanted to burn it. But um, but we had one guy who's that played with us, and his family was like psycho religious, like really like hardcore Baptists, like and we had to go out in the woods and hide to play it. And his mother would call around and ask what he was doing with his friends. No matter what we did, she would do that. And so we told people we were going up to the park to play basketball in the park or something like that, and we would take a side trip and we'd go into the woods, and there was a willow tree, a real big one that had been knocked down by lightning, and the stump was about 2-3 feet high. It was You couldn't put your arms around it, but we sanded it off a little bit, to make it a little bit flatter, and we used it for a table, and we played D&D in the woods. We had to bring a shit ton of off though, because it was tall grass and it was summer and the bugs were bad. Yeah, 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 they were wild about that kid. Yeah. Yeah, the people would do that shit. I had a bunch of Led Zeppelin thing. My grandmother threw a bunch of Led Zeppelin tapes out on me. I had all the Led Zeppelin albums on cassette tape, and she trashed a bunch of them. Um, I had a replica flame tongue dagger, like in a Thane, and oh, when they found that, they're like, "Oh, it is Satanist," They went insane. I'm like, I just bought it out of, some catalog that was selling like, replica samurai swords or something like that. And I thought the flame tongue was cool. But I put it in my backpack with my D&D stuff, and I had to get my uncle to back me up on that one. Yeah. But yeah, you know, the wargaming is really not all that to say. If you go look through some old wargaming rules and then go look through the original D&D or first edition or something like that, it's all the same stuff. It's just the genre, you know. And there was fantasy wargaming before there was D&D. There was a guy named Tony Bath. Like I say, I've got all this stuff on Substack. I've got whole big articles about it because I did all the research to write the articles, but the history is not all that well known. And everybody keeps talking about how it was invented, by there was people doing fantasy gaming well before, yeah, like dungeon crawlers and stuff. Check out a company again on Wikipedia, and if you're a retro person, you'll like this too. They're called Flying Buffalo Games. They're not around anymore. Um, but Flying Buffalo Games, they went and bought from uh, a college. They bought a Raytheon Data System 704. That's uh, a computer that used the big reel-to-reel discs. It was it didn't have a screen. It looked like a refrigerator with a tape deck on the front, real big tapes. And what Flying Buffalo did is they had play by play by email type of thing. Um, they started in 1970. They bought the Raytheon outfit in 74, and they were in Arizona, and they played. Like here's an example. Flying Buffalo noted in their 14-year history, they closed down in 85. Some of their play-by-mail games that were educated by this computer were run hundreds of times. There was a kind of space crawler, um, you know, kind of like Masters of Orion type of thing. They ran that 930 times. Um, or excuse me, 870 times. They ran Battle Plan, which was a World War II war game, a giant World War. This wasn't two or three people playing these games. There were 50, 150 sometimes playing in the same game, and they were all being the numbers being crunched by these things. And the list of games they had Illuminati. If you ever seen the RPG Illuminati, these guys had it first on on um, on play by mail. So it's an evolution. of RPG over centuries. Yeah. Are they back? Oh, see, that's cool. They were awesome. The earliest crawler I ever played was Might and Magic and Rogue. Yeah, see, that's that stuff was in the early 70s. Um, but yeah, Might and Magic was a good one. I like Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is my favorite. I got the whole all of the add-ons for it and all that. That was one of the biggest just one more term games that I ever played. I, I could never stop. It was almost an addiction. It was fun as hell. But uh, but yeah, Flying Buffaloes. That's one. Uh, so there was always that talk. There was Tunnels and Trolls. That was a board game. In the late 70s, early 80s, the guys that that ran Tunnels and Trolls would always tease back and forth with Gary about who came first with their game, you know, stuff like that. Um, so it was real interesting to check that out. But when you look at all this history, um, and you look at all the people that were doing it, they're all authors that were doing these kind of early RPG things. Um, you can see the wargaming and the RPG just it wasn't the same. Like the Bronte sisters and their little brother, they were um, they were doing they had two worlds that they created, and the worlds were having wars between one another, and they would war game out with toy soldiers, the war game part, and then they would RPG um, the government and like political intrigue, and they would also RPG the home front. They had this whole kind of, if you'll pardon the expression, chick flick type of um, RPG about women who were war widows and what they were doing on the home front and all, So it was this mixed bag, but it was like, war was always part of a lot of these worlds. The whole point was you made the world and it would conflict with another one. That was a drama point. That was part of RPG. Yeah. So that's why they're all really the same thing. And that's why you can take a war game and turn it into an RPG real simple. They got bought by WebSphere and acquired Tunnels and Trolls. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I didn't know they were back, but that's cool because they were so awesome. They had uh so one of the things that they did at Gen Con in Milwaukee is they had a kind of a parody gladiatorial game, and they were running it on a more modern machine, but it was no PC yet. It was still some number cruncher thing. And so what you would do is you'd go there and you'd fill out your character on a special kind of paper that this machine could read. It was kind of like thermal fax paper almost. So you had to fill it out and you had to be real clear so that the eye could read it properly. So it was like the kind of machine that would scan an SAT test or something like that. Okay, so you filled it out and uh, they would feed it with another contestants into the machine, and the machine would crunch the numbers, but then also create a narrative explanation of the fight. And there was fumbles and stuff like that, so it was very comedic and hilarious. So it would take a while because it was old machinery. So you'd go fill this out, then you'd go play your game session wherever that was, you know, 2 or 3 hours, and come back, and they would have a stack of these battles, and they would call out your name, and you would read it, and they were hilarious. It was the funnest game. They're still doing it on a website, but at Gen Con, it was this machine they laid, and they had a booth. That was one of the demo games that they played. It was a blast. Yeah, it wasn't a computer. I mean, it was a computer, but when I say machine, I mean it wasn't like a monitor and a CPU. it was some industrial computer that just had like discs and tapes and stuff like that, and it was you interfaced with buttons and switches, not with a keyboard. Um, but it had a scanner system, like the kind of like I said, like the kind of thing you would feed old IBM cards to to scan and stuff like that, or SAT scores. Yeah, so that's how old it was. Yeah, it was great. So you want to here? I'll show you a picture of the one that they were using at first. Watch this. Check out the screen. I'll show you so you can see what I'm. Okay, where's the one? Okay, let's just do this. Okay, let's see if you can see it when I click on it the right way. There's a picture. So that's this one unit. That's how big that sucker was. Um, so that's 1974. Yeah, yeah, and and you had to keep like keep it refrigerated. The old computers back in the 70s, like the computer room at the first one I went to with school had pet computers, and it was air conditioned like a freezer unit all the time because they didn't have like the fans and exhaust like they do now. You had to keep them chilled because they ran so hot. Yeah, and they were big and clunky and filled with a lot of metal and gold and shit. So yeah, but that's the kind of stuff that we were playing with Flying Buffalo. So they had all this early stuff. Dave says I met Ken St. Andre at Arnicon last year. He has TDS, but I had a beer with him. He bought pre-gens for his game printed out on dot matrix. Yeah, yeah. That's the first homemade PC created stuff that I had was on the Coco, the Trash 80. I had a TRS 80, and I had the dot matrix printer. And I had a program called Forms Designer, and all Forms Designer was you just use the arrow keys to draw lines and boxes. The boxes were like text boxes that you would write in, and the lines were where you'd write the information, or there was the text like a label. So name in a box, line, and it was just this empty form, and you would print them out on doc matrix. But the reason we did that is goldenrods were selling for like $8.50 for a booklet or something, which was big money then. You had to go to Walden Books to buy them, and I could spit out 20, 30 characters real fast on the dot matrix. It was loud as hell and all that, but dot matrix machines would make this horrible screeching noise. But it was real cheap. You could get a ream of that stuff, you know, real cheap, like 200 pages, and just crank out these generic ones instead. Yeah, that's how we saved money and made a bunch of characters, and we had an NPC version and a PC version instead of buying the products and all that. Yeah, 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 yeah. And back, a lot of games at that time were on cassette, the same kind of cassette you would get audio tapes on, and uh, it had a cassette drive, and then it had a cartridge drive for the game for like really cool games. Like I had Zaxxon on it. Well, you can see that too. So here was I still have it, but it's ruined, so it won't work. But I still have it somewhere. Let me get the picture up. Okay, that's not the picture. We'll get it though. Anyway, well here we'll just do this. Okay, so Zaxa. So you can see in the corner there's the the cartridge. So you put that in a tape recorder that was plugged into your Trash 80, and it took 45 minutes to load 16K, and it made a modem screeching modem noise that was absolutely unbearable. So what we would do is um, we would we would load it up, start with the loading, and then go eat dinner at our. When I say we, it was me and my neighbor buddy. So we would load it up and then go eat dinner, maybe do our homework if we didn't have a lot of it or we lied, and then it would be loaded in 45 minutes to an hour, and then we would go down there and play. And and because it took so long to load, you you better have some time to play because it was, so we would play for a long time because once you turned it off, you had to go through that crap every time to load it up. So yeah, that was that was the way we used to do that. Yeah, 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 yeah. But yeah, um, well here. This is the one of the first. Let's see. Here is. Oh no, I got to learn how to type. Okay, so this is one of the first big. All right, here we go. So mixing RPGs and war games together, you get something like this sometimes. This is an example. Once I find the buttons to push. Always with the buttons. Okay, there we go. So that's Tony Bath. This is like 1964. And he had a whole campaign. It was mostly a war game, but it did have RPG elements because he had heroes on the battlefield that were individually, um, recorded. They had their own special stats and could do things that the other soldiers couldn't do. And it was a campaign in that it wasn't just one battle; it was a series of battles and quests in the Hyboria world. So it was an ongoing kind of RPG slash mass battles fight. It was it was a set of ancient war game rules modified for fantasy elements and a little bit of RPG mechanism stacked on top. And that's what I want to make today and kind of reintroduce to people with the stuff that I'm making right now, the war game stuff. Yeah, yeah, they're really big miniatures. Yeah, yeah. And it's an old picture, but yeah, they're like I think they were like 32 millimeter or maybe 28 millimeter or something like that. So probably I have to cup them in two hands to pick them up. Yeah, but that was the game, and that's just mixing them together. Dave says I worked for Sears and used a cassette to load a program into the Sears SNR cash registers, which printed a random semi-off colored. The bottom there sees, yeah. Um, yeah, bull is just two in the Star Wars stuff. Get me. You need. I don't. Well, Pathfinder's something I never got into, but if you AD&D First Edition or the BECME um, uh, version of D&D or the original D&D um, with chainmail. That's what a lot of those um, guys are doing. Mm. Oh, did you? Yeah, yeah. I don't have any of that, but that's cool. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I could, I do, I've done D20, 3.5 a little bit. Um, but I'm mostly, I should say I did it. What I did is I looked at the SRD and I bought some of the stuff and kind of played around with it a little bit. But I think I'm on TikTok too now. And one of the things that's really wild about talking to a lot of 5e people that are maybe a little bit younger is like just today, there was a fella that came on and he was kind of complaining about the length of combat. He goes, sometimes it gets too much and it's too long, and I put a timer on it so it motivates people to play or to finish combat faster. But I told him, I says, hey, if you can't land the sword, if you can't land the hit, what does it matter how many rounds you have to do it? And I said, it's taking forever because you have too many choices, you have too many powers, and you have too many subclasses. I I can't believe the amount of crap that comes onto your screen when you play, something like Baldur's Gate 3 or Celeste or something like that. It was crazy. And I'm like, why do these folks think that I know I pronounced that one game right, so I want to get the pronunciation right. Um, Celesta, Crown of the Magister. So uh, I said, why do you guys think that the old stuff's harder? Because it's really not. And as far as uh, combat going too long, if you play first edition D&D, you have 6 rounds. And if combat goes beyond 6 rounds, your people become exhausted. The fighters and stuff, because swinging that sword or that axe or that heavy mace or whatever. So if you're not confident that whatever you're fighting is going to be defeated after 4 or 5 rounds, you might start thinking about leaving. And that's your motivation instead of coming up with new rules or nerfing the rules and then going, hey, there's something missing. Another one that somebody said with 5e was, I don't like the fact that in the middle of play, I suddenly have all these new powers because I cross some threshold. Shouldn't there be some way to train or to make it a transition? I said, yeah, we all did that with first edition. There was a whole system for that, but they keep yanking all this stuff out, and it's not helping. It's just creating big holes. Uh, yeah, I'm looking at the post. Yeah, I could see that. Like when I was playing a paladin with Baldur's Gate 3, and f for a long time I forgot that I can open up the window and he had a whole bunch of other powers. I was just sticking with, like Sanctuary and um, what is it, Divine Aura or Divine Armor or something like that, and and the healing stuff. And then I was like, oh yeah, I can turn undead. I kind of forgot about that part. No, you have to. I mean, you have to fight. You don't get tired if you don't do anything. You have to have 6 solid rounds of action. Um, but yeah, but it makes things break up so you don't have this hour long. I know you weren't saying like Star Wars, but as far as a mechanics discussion, the original Star Wars game had a lot of plot armor and it had big dice rolls, and that was neat because it was theatrical and all that. But what happened is you had to score so high to inflict even a minor amount of damage on a character. It went on forever while you're shaking nine, five, six, seven, sometimes even 8 6-siders at a time, and then you got to count them all up. You know, so I went back to the miniatures thing, and it sped up um, combat and it made it more meaningful. If you know you're not going to get hurt and you know you'll play a lot differently, or your chances of getting hurt are so minimal that who cares. But if you're worried you're going to get blasted real fast, your tactics will change, and the stuff will go fast. Stuff will go faster. So I just told the guy, says, all you need to do is go back to first edition and peel some of those rules that have been nerfed over the years and put them back into your game, and you fix these problems, and you'll see that the old stuff wasn't more difficult. It was actually, it was a lot less difficult, a lot less complex, and it's got that wargaming vibe. So, yeah. So but putting wargaming into it, probably the best way to see how wargaming and RPG can mix together if you want to play fantasy, if you don't like sci-fi, is don't even play first edition. Let's just go get the original D&D, the little brown books, play it with the chainmail supplement, and you can see that play out real easy. So I've got all that stuff. You can I can screen clip what you need to play, or if you want to, you can go to Drive Through RPG and they sell PDFs of that stuff. As far as I know, I don't know if the other two guys are here; they would know more than me. I think they have OD&D, um, because buying that stuff, it's astronomical. Um, but it use it you'll see what I'm talking about when we play that. It's real simple stuff too. So, but I think it's on Drive Through RPG. Let's see. Oh wow, look at that. Okay. Oh, that's the quiz guy. Oh, you're working on your shelves. I see your shelves here. That's cool. More. Oh, who's got the kitty? He looks like my own kitty. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's cool. Nice. Oh, do you? Okay. So, yeah, this was, I guess those other two dudes left, but that's, yeah, yeah, these ones. These are the ones I'm talking about. Share screen. All right, where'd that go? I got too many things open. Okay, here. These books. These were the original D&D. And then they recommend playing with chainmail. Oh, that's cool. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's nice to have you come by. That's great. Um, yeah, yeah, they're old. That's like 70 something. Yeah, but they're real simple. And you can buy a PDF version, or I can just screen clip, share the screen, and screen clip what you need and stuff like that too, if you want to play that. And that's a great example of RPG and how RPG and wargaming is the same thing. Uh, So, yeah, it'd be interesting to learn, just to you'll see it actually uses more than one game. Chainmail is actually its own game, but it uses it in conjunction with that one. And then if you play outside instead of a dungeon, it uses a different, or portions of a different game called Outdoor Survival. So you can see how they built first edition out of this original one. It's really neat, pretty cool. If you're really into D&D and D history, it's even neater. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's one example of another good example of wargaming. This might be, the problem I would think is that it's hard to relate to age-wise because it's kind of dated and it's from dated stuff. But there was a game called Twilight 2000, and it was made in the 80s and was kind of about the Cold War, the Soviets, and Americans fighting, and kind of a post-nuclear apocalyptic thing. Um, but the premise is you don't have to be. I think there's some supplements that have civilians, but the original was you're a soldier that made it through the nuclear holocaust, and it's this kind of post-apocalyptic war that's still going on with the remnants of what's left of the world after being nuked pretty badly. And so it's another example of a big mixture of wargaming and RPG in the same system. Yeah. But it's history that never happened from a long time ago, so it's kind of hard to relate to if you know, but as far as playing it, but it's kind of looking through it might get, as far as mechanics and stuff. So there's another one. It's World War II. It was the first game I ever saw anybody play at a convention that wasn't D&D. It's the first RPG I ever saw played at a convention that wasn't D&D. It was called Behind Enemy Lines, and it was just a war game that they had added some RPG stuff to. It was made by FASA. It was fun. Right. Exactly. Almost you'll probably relate to it if you think about Fallout when you're doing it, because it's exactly that same era, that same kind of idea. Yeah, that's what Twilight 2000 was. But you're not a civilian; you're a soldier, and you know, yeah. There was a Twilight 2000 video game too. It's for the retro gaming side of things. It was made for PC. They called it like 2100 instead of Twilight 2000 though, for some reason. Uh, but it's the same world and everything. Uh, yeah, it's got a listing on the abandonware sites and stuff like that. Pretty cool. Kind of an RPG, military RPG thing. First person RPG game from 1991. So let's see. See if there's a link to post in the chat. Yeah, here it is. It is on Drive-Thru RPG, the original PDF of the original game, $10. If you went and bought an actual original copy, it would probably be $300. So yeah, but it's right there on Drive-Thru RPG. Okay, here's the link to the original D&D. But yeah, I totally want to get that Twilight 2000 going. I never owned it, um, but I'd love to play it on the. I'll take it on abandonware. That company's long gone. So, but here is. God, I got too many windows open. There we go. Here's the abandonware for that Twilight 2000. Yeah. I don't know if it's one that is listed as working with DOSBox or not, but um, give it a shot. Yeah, a cascade failure. I don't know. Drive-through RPG isn't my favorite place, but if she wants to play and learn, that's the way to start with the OD&D. You know, can't beat $10. Well, you can. There's a way to get it free, but it's kind of not legitimate. But it's there. So um, there's they may have got Pirate Bay, but they didn't get them all. There's a couple other places out there, but yeah. And actually, come to think of it, I do have or I used to. I don't know if it runs on 10, but I had a TRS 80 emulator. I'd love to play Zaxxon on stream sometime. Yeah, yeah. In fact, it's so bad that my streaming service StreamYard told me. They said, "Are you sure you want to stream to Twitter? It's been having problems for some time now." But yeah, there's the links for those. So I got to get doing some retro stuff. I've kind of let that slide. I went and got my old joysticks. They probably don't work. They've been sitting in storage for some time, but I wanted to see if I could get those working and some of my old games. Um, I wanted to do Test Drive. I want to do the Twilight 2000. Um, Mech Warrior 4 was one I wanted to try. And if I could ever find it, um, Falcon 4.0, the flight simulator, and I had the MiG-29 add-on, and I never got to play the MiG-29 add-on because I got sent overseas and the thing got lost and all that, and I want to play it. No, not on Sega CD, but yeah, that might be cool to watch. I played it on PC, but not on Sega. Yeah. Um, yeah. Oh yeah, Dave. Yeah, he showed me Syndicate. That looks good too. But I've got an old gen. I really want to get a capture card, but I'm so freaking poor. But I'd love to get a capture card because I've got a Sega Genesis and I'd love to run like the original hardware. I don't mind emulators. I just want to play, but I think it's kind of fun when you have the opportunity to do some original equipment stuff. So I'd love to do that. Um, yeah, a lot of these games are so fun to play online, and Steam doesn't support them. And I don't know if there's any way to do that because a lot of these streaming or these internet service providers in America, they kind of they kind of stonewall the old TCP/IP system. You know, you can't really get at the right IP and all that. There's a couple of web services, but some of them look kind of shady, and I don't know which one to take, and if they work at all. Um, and like I'd love to do Duke Nukem, but that's so old. It's like IPX SPX. It doesn't even have TCP that I remember, and I don't think that any I think that's way too old to even attempt on a modern machine. Um, yeah, yeah. I've got an old 720 um, P. That's the best I can afford as far as, but it's 37 inch. So I do have one simulator, or excuse me, emulator for. I think it'll do Sega and Nintendo. And this is the coolest part. It will let you play remotely. So if you want to play two-player on NES, this thing will set it up over the internet. Hell yeah. There's a bunch of games I would play with people. Yeah, yeah. See, oh, well, that's so cool. I was just telling somebody yesterday, I I used to have a bunch of 46DX 66s. I had an HP or a Packard Bell that ran 98 SE, and I kept them because I didn't want to fart around with all the backwards compatibility. But I was my wife made me throw them out and all this. So I had to finally, I couldn't win everything. I have all sorts of stuff that was taking up way too much room in the house and all that. So eventually I had to get rid of all that stuff. And now I'm like, oh, I wish I had that because it it makes what, I could stream that stuff so much easier. Retro, okay, I'll look that one up. Maybe I can check that out. I mean, if there's any way to get old games to play network or like and I know that they used to have emulators that would do LAN over the internet. If that still exists, I got a boatload of shit I'll play with people if you want to get into it. Hell, man, uh, can you do Warcraft too? All that old 90s RTS stuff would be a blast. Command and Conquer, that kind of deal. Hell yeah. But more than anything in the world, my favorite first-person shooter, bar none, is Duke Nukem Atomic Edition. And I had two copies of it, and now I've got none. And I would give my left tooth to play that game again, uh, especially multiplayer. Uh, God, I love that game. Ultima, yeah, Dave. Yeah, that would be awesome too. Yeah, yeah, that's probably right. I know that. Oh, okay. I'll check it out. Yeah, or yeah, cool. Put it in. I was just gonna say in the Discord. That'll work out great. Awesome. Hell yeah. I'd love to do some of that stuff. Um, I like old 90s RTS, FPS. Um, there was one called, oh, what a very I love the okay, Game Ranger. Yeah, that's the one I heard about. Okay. Oh, another one. Um, uh, I know you don't say you're not a big Star Wars fan, but um, Star Wars Clone Campaigns, the RTS game, I heard that was on Game Ranger, and I that's a real fun one. It's basically uh, what is it? It's like a modification of like Age of Empires, basically, or something like that. Or there's another one, Empire Earth. That's a great one. You have Empire Earth or Empire Earth 2 with the add-on Art of War. Oh, that was so good. Cool, cool. I'll check it out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That was a good one too. Um, I used to play a lot of strategy games on Sega, but nobody really is into that so much. I used to play one called PTO on Sega. That was great. You could play a two-player, but um, oh wow, they got a cool bunch of stuff. Ooh, they've got close combat. I got a bunch of those. Civilization, those are fun. They're turn-based though. They get a little bit snoozy to play online. You can play them against people, but turn-based makes people, you almost got to play two games to keep your attention on that. But um, I've got Axis and Allies RTS, but that's kind of a. Do they have Army Men RTS? They have Army Men RTS. Dudes, have you guys ever seen Army Men RTS? If you want a nostalgic trip of a game, Army Men RTS was when that came out, I was so excited. So I had my computer like computer gaming magazine or whatever that was called, Computer Gamer, I think, or PC Gamer, one of those. Anyway, and I'm going through it, and there's a two-page centerfold spread and promoting Army Men RTS, and the promo has a green dime store toy soldier with a cherry bomb duct taped around it, and it says, "Do you remember these guys? They remember you." And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" I used to do that, with the fireworks and the bottle rockets and the models and the yeah. So I played this game, and it's like it's like a late '70s, early '80s home. It has an old train set that goes around a Christmas tree in the living room. As it has an old Hot Wheels track with the crisscross crash and the crank motors to make them go faster. You guys remember any of this stuff, or am I just so effing old here? I might be so old. And then the TV has an Atari 2600 hooked up to it, and it's playing a game. Oh, it's so cool, dude. Oh, yeah. Um, it's abandonware. You can get a copy. I mean, but it's oh god, it's so fun. It's hilarious. The battlefields are as fun as the game. And there's another one like that called Micro Machine Madness or something like that. And it's racing the old Micro Machine cars through all these old places, like living rooms and stuff like that. All those two games were so much fun for the nostalgia. Um, Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's on the. I mean, some people don't mind the taking the stuff off the abandonware. Some people, but anyway, that's one. What else we got? Let's see. God, there's a lot of stuff, isn't there? Uh, Dragon Shard. Wow, that's cool. Um, there's always Diablo. I haven't played that since forever. Oh, they do have Empire Earth. Excellent. And they have the art of I said art of war, but it's art of conquest. That's a good one. Um, those are really fun games. They're kind of lengthy RTS. They kind of go through. Well, you can shorten it up. You can make choices that change things. Um, do they have Falcon? Let's see, Elf. No, no Falcon. I have Faces of War, but I have a lot of war game stuff. Most people don't want to do that. They've got all the hero stuff. That's cool. I have all the homeworld stuff. That's a good game. That's fun to play. RTS space game. Uh, I have Medieval Total War, the original, but I think I broke one of the discs. But I have Medieval Total War 2. That's a good one. This is neat. Wow, I'm glad you showed me this. I got all sorts of ideas. Hot Wheels had some pieces. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah. Uh, okay. I'm Genesis. Yeah. Um, I had a lot of strategy games, but not just strategy games. There was a couple other things, but mostly I had PTO and a bunch of stuff like that. But my my PC gaming was like the height of it for me. There was a lot of good games in the early '80s, but for me, Microprose, Spectrum Holobyte, Sierra, you know, King's Quest, Police Quest, um, uh, Leisure Suit Larry. The Micropro stuff is all kind of military stuff, but I loved it. Airborne Ranger, F-19 Flight Simulator, Red Storm Rising, M1 Tank Platoon, that kind of stuff. Um, but I used to play an old game by Sierra called Thexter. Anybody remember Thexter? That's real. That's like 1982 or something like that. But it was kind of like it was like an LAM from BattleTech or one of those airplanes from Robotech that transformed into a robot. So you could transform into the plane. It's like certain caverns were real. narrow, so you transform in the plane, you got to fly through. And there's all these different type of alien ships that are attacking you. But other places you transform into the robot, and he's got a scatter gun instead of a single. Anyways, I had that on the TRS-80. It was pretty fun. Um, it's a real challenging game. Real challenging game. Um, but it's a single player from from way back. But it's pretty cool. Quake. I have the original Quake. I don't have any of the newer Quakes, but I got the original one somewhere. I have a Rainbow Six. It's a copy some guy made for me. I forget which version though it is. Uh, oh, you guys, that's a pretty big list. Pretty cool. The Sword, the Stars. They've got those old ones. Those were great. Oh, they got a lot of Star Wars stuff. I know you guys. Which ones they got? Battlefront, Battlefront 2. I've got those. Empire at War. I've got that. Force Commander wasn't. Most people didn't consider it a good game, but it was a Star Wars war game, so I loved it. They do have Galactic Battlegrounds, which is a blast to play. Um, Strongholds those are good games. They have Star Wars Rebellion, but that's only a two-player, and it's a super hardcore strategy. So you have to really be deep into Star Wars to enjoy that game. The Galactic Empire thing, not so much. It's just a good RTS. But the Settlers is a really fun game. I really liked those games. I had three portions of 3 and 4, and or was it 2? One of them. But I liked those. I thought they were great. Do, do, do. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, there's a bunch on that list that I have that would be fun to play. So I need, know, uh, Warlords Battlecry 3 is a real good one. I don't remember which one I had. I had Battlecry and I had one other, I think Reign of Heroes or something like that. I never got 4, but I had parts of 3. And oh, they have X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the PC stuff for me was really, 87 to 97 was like the big stuff. There was some good stuff after that. But that was where I really got into it. And a lot of it was Star Wars stuff because I am a big fan, but not all of it. But it was either Star Wars, like I did flight simulators, tank simulators, Star Wars, some puzzle games and stuff like that. But um, the kind of single player RPG stuff I did was in the mid 80s, you know, like I said, King's Quest and stuff like that. That stuff was cool. But yeah, that's neat. I'm always looking for people to play it. I don't really have people to play with at home, and I don't really like to play it for face to face. So this is kind of neat. Ooh, they've got World in Conflict. That's a good one too. I have that game. If I could ever find it, that was fun. But they're all war games. So something on there. Maybe we can all play or something if you ever want to do that. Um, yeah, that's a big list. That's really cool. Um, I didn't see. Let me check again. Did they have Duke? That's a pretty old one. I had. There's a couple games in here that I lost that I wish I had time to play. They don't have. They don't have longbow. They've got chains, but not the longbow. I have longbow. I've never got to play that one. What about Duke? Did I got Duke? Ooh, Descent 3. That's a pretty good one. I I didn't like that as much as the earlier ones, but it's still a pretty good game. That's a real fun multiplayer game. No Duke. I'm not surprised. That's a pretty old one to be talking about. But Dungeon Keeper's fun. Uh, Dungeon Siege. That stuff's all fun to play. There's the Crusaders Kings. Those are good. Ooh, Company of Heroes. I have all of that. That's an arena RTS, but it's a war game. That's a problem. I'm gonna run up against a lot of war games, and most people aren't into that sort of stuff. I had Blitzkrieg. I didn't like it. That was a funky game. Battlefield 42 is a lot of fun, but again, war game. That's my jam. What else? I had codename Panzers. They were okay. Uh, oh, kart racing. Oh, they have Carmageddon. I was talking about that one. They have it. Oh my God. Yeah, that's a funny game. Cool. Then you can run Game Ranger and it creates a virtual LAN space. That's what I thought. I heard people, somebody said there was LAN emulators. Yeah, that's great. Then we can all play. Yeah. Yeah, let's get going. Ooh, they got Call of Duty, the old Call of Duties too. Wow, that's really cool. Uh, we'll have to find something that isn't some hardcore war game though, so you all can enjoy it. But there's got to be something. Oh, that's exciting. I didn't know that I'd heard about it, but I got sent to one on some uh, Steam link, and it wasn't this one, and it looked kind of shady, and I didn't want to ruin my computer, so I didn't pursue it. But um, this would be cool. Uh, People's General, that's a trip. They've got that old one, and Panzer General too. Hell yeah. Um, I don't know. Everybody here seems to be more like Warlords would be good. It's a fantasy. It's kind of like Heroes of Might and Magic type of thing, but it's a top-down view instead of the side view. And other than that, Praetorians is a good one, but that's kind of complicated. You kind of got to get into it to be good at it. But Lords of the Realm, they're okay. They were kind of quirky. Um, Ooh, they've got all the mech commanders. Well, we'll find something. Ooh, they got Jedi Knight too. Oh God, those are great. Oh, cool. Well, um, yeah, there's a couple of fantasy stuff in there, but my Star Wars stuff, I got a lot of that. Um, Here's the thing, like like if you play Jedi Knight or some of those games multiplayer, it's almost secondary that it's Star Wars. It's just another cool, you know, RTS game or a first person shooter game. Um, like Jedi Knight 2 is just is on it's built on the Unreal Engine. So that's the kind of first person shooter type of experience you're going to get from it. You have lightsabers too. So like you could Um, one of the best moves is there's a rocket launcher, but you can use the force to like redirect the rocket towards other people instead of you and shit like that. It's really funny. It gets pretty wild and intense with some of the weaponry they got in there. Um, and when Jedi Knight was big and people were making custom stuff for it, they had a skin contest. The LucasArts did, and the top two were so great in my opinion. There was Lando Calrissian. Lando Calrissian, the is a character in Star Wars, and he's played by Billy D. Williams. And in the '70s and early '80s, Billy D. Williams did these beer commercials for a beer called Colt 45, and they they changed his costume to be a Colt 45 T-shirt, and his grenades were like cans of and then they changed Darth Vader into Gene Simmons from Kiss with the platform and the makeup and shit, and then he had a Sith lightsaber. It's really funny. Um, one Another one they did is they made if you're a Buffy fan or if you know Buffy, they made Anya the Vengeance Demon, and they changed, like, there was mines you could drop, and they changed the mines to these like exploding buddies from one of the Buffy games. It was an Xbox Buffy game. I forget the title of it, but they had these little bowling pin bunnies that exploded, and they changed the graphic for the mines, and she dropped those all around. Yeah, that was funny. Yep. Oh yeah, this is exciting. I didn't know they had this kind of stuff. I mean, like I said, I knew, but I didn't know they had one that works. Um, Mech Commander, that would be a fun one. I love that. Medieval Total War. What other Total Wars they got? Those are all medieval Total War. No other ones. I didn't even know they went one called Teutonic. Wow, that's wild. Cool. Ooh, they've got Neverwinter Nights. We could all just play that. That's like D&D, right? Isn't that kind of a D&D offshoot or something? I think it is. Hmm. All right. Great. So yeah, um, try some wargaming with your RPG, or try some RPG with your wargaming. Pretty cool. Well, let's schedule something. Let's work it out on maybe someday on the server we can set something up where we all can meet and play something like that. Uh, oh, my chat is not scrolling for some reason on YouTube. I do not know why. Let's find out if I can fix that. It has frozen. Oh, I know what might have happened. I might have run past my. Let's see. Yikes. Let's go here. I just noticed that now. Maybe that's why no one's responding. Okay, let's see. Take a look from another spot. Oh, there we go. Yep, looks to be working on my end. Let's find out. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe, folks. That would help me out a great deal. I always forget to bring that up. How can I see participants? Oh, top. There we go. Sometimes if you go from, like, you have to pick live messages to see them scroll. Sometimes that happens. Somebody was saying they couldn't see. Oh, any foil, folks. What we got here? Okay. Yep, hit that like and subscribe if you're still in the room. You'll have to excuse me for a second. I'll be right back. Oh, there we are. Yeah. I had to use the facilities. Well, when we get back, we'll have a good time. All righty. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, that was cool. Well, we kind of covered what we were talking about. I gotta find that world in conflict. I see we need that. I'm talking to myself. I do that sometimes, but that was neat. That was a cool setup. Now we see, um, get some retro going. Maybe that'll be a little bit nicer to me on Twitter too. But what other games? Well, I got Atari stuff. That's the other stuff I want to stream. I don't even know if you can, like, a capture card would work with something like that. Probably would though, right? I'd play that, a lot of that. Yep. Thanks for coming by. Totally cool. All right. Ooh, Rise of Nations. How come that looks so familiar? What one was that? Oh yeah, I do have that. And I had the add-on for it too. All right. Well, let's see. Wow. We're at 5 hours. I think I better rein it in. So, is anybody still there? Do you want to, do you, does the original topic, exploring it any further, seem it, or maybe after 5 hours, who cares, right? I'm probably alone. I've been chatting forever. Well, anyway, thanks all. And if you're still in, again, please like, share, subscribe, and have a good night. Oh my goodness, it's late. See ya.